A Brief History of Humankind by Yuval Noah Harari. This is a book for Sapiens. Part 1. The Cognitive Revolution. A human handprint made about 30,000 years ago on the wall of Trovet Pont d'Arc cave in southern France. Somebody tried to say, I was here. An animal of no significance. About 13.5 billion years ago, matter, energy, time and space came into being in what is known as the Big Bang. The story of these fundamental features of our universe is called physics. About 3 lakh years after their appearance, matter and energy started to coalesce into complex structures called atoms, which they combined into molecules. The story of atoms, molecules and their interactions is called chemistry. About 3.8 billion years ago, on a planet called Earth, certain molecules combine to form particularly large and intricate structures called organisms. Organism is called biology. About 70,000 years ago, organisms belonging to the species Homo sapiens started to form even more elaborate structures called cultures. The subsequent development of these human cultures is called history. 3 important revolutions shaped the course of history. The cognitive revolution kick-started history about 70,000 years ago. The agricultural revolution sped it up about 12,000 years ago. The scientific revolution, which got underway only 500 years ago, may well end history and start something completely different. This book tells the story of how these 3 revolutions have affected humans and their fellow organisms. There were humans long before there was history. Animals, much like modern humans, first appeared about 2.5 million years ago, but for countless generations, they did not stand out from the myriad other organisms with which they shared their habitats. On a hike in East Africa 2 million years ago, you might well have encountered a familiar cast of human characters, annexes, mothers cuddling their babies and clutches of carefree children playing in the mud, temperamental youths chafing against the dictates of society, and weary elders who just wanted to be left in peace. Chest-thumping machos trying to impress the local beauty and wise old matriarch who had already seen it all. These archaic humans loved, played, formed close friendships, and competed for status and power. But so did chimpanzees, baboons, and elephants. There was nothing special about them. Nobody least of all humans themselves had any thinking that their descendants would one day walk on the moon, split the atom, fathom the genetic code, and write history books. The most important thing to know about prehistoric humans is that they were insignificant animals with no more impact on their environment than gorillas, fireflies, or jellyfish. Biologists classify organisms into species. Animals are said to belong to the same species if they tend to mate with each other, giving birth to fertile offspring. Horses and donkeys have a recent common ancestor and share many physical traits, but they show little sexual interest in one another. They will mate if induced to do so, but their offspring, called mules, are sterile. Mutations in donkey DNA can therefore never cross over to horses or vice versa. The two types of animals are consequently considered two distinct species moving along separate evolutionary paths. By contrast, a bulldog and a spaniel may look very different, but they are members of the same species, sharing the same DNA pool. They will happily mate and their puppies will grow up to pair off with other dogs and produce more puppies. Species that evolved from common ancestors are bunched together under the heading genus. Plural genera. Lions, tigers, leopard, and jaguar are different species within the genus Panthera. Biologists label organisms with a two-part Latin name, genus followed by species. Lions, for example, are called Panthera leo, the species Leo of the genus Panthera. Presumably, everyone reading this book is a Homo sapiens. The species Sapiens, wise, means wise, of the genus Homo means man. Genera in their turn are grouped into families, such as the cats, lions, cheetah, house cats, the dogs, wolves, foxes, jackals, and the elephants. Elephants, mammoths, mastodons, all members of a family trace their lineage back to a founding matriarch or patriarch. All cats, for example, from the smallest house kitten to the most ferocious lions, share a common feline ancestor who lived about 25 million years ago. Homo sapiens, too, belong to a family. This banal fact used to be one of history's most closely guarded secrets. Homo sapiens long preferred to view itself as set apart from animals, an orphan bereft of family, lacking siblings or cousins, and most importantly, without parents. But that's just not the case, like it or not. We are members of a large and particularly noisy family called the great apes. Apes, our closest living relatives, includes chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans. The chimpanzees are the closest. Just 6 million years ago, a single female ape had two daughters. One became the ancestors of all chimpanzees. The other is our own grandmother. One single female ape had two daughters. One became the ancestors of the chimpanzees, and the other is our own grandmother. Skeletons in the closet. Homo sapiens has kept hidden an even more disturbing secret. Not only do we possess an abundance of uncivilized cousins, once upon a time we had quite a few brothers and sisters as well. We are used to thinking about ourselves as the only humans because for the last 10,000 years our species had indeed been the only human species around. Yet the real meaning of the word human is an animal belonging to the genus Homo, and there used to be many other species of this genus besides Homo sapiens. Moreover, as we shall see in the last chapter of the book, in the not so distant future we might again have to contend with non-sapiens humans. To clarify this point, I will often use the term sapiens to denote members of the species Homo sapiens, while reserving the term human to refer to all extant members of the genus Homo. Humans first evolved in East Africa about 2.5 million years ago from an earlier genus of apes called Australopithecus. Australopithecus, Pithecus, which means southern ape. About 2 million years ago, some of these archaic men and women left their homeland to journey through and settle vast areas of North America, North Africa, Europe, and Asia. Since survival in the snowy forest of northern Europe required different traits than those needed to stay alive in Indonesia's steaming jungle. Human populations evolved in different directions. The result was several distinct species, to each of which scientists have assigned a pompous Latin name. Our siblings, according to speculative reconstructions. There are three pictures of uh, Homo sapiens or sapiens, our siblings, maybe. According to speculative reconstructions, left to right, first Homo rudolphinus, East Africa, Homo erectus, Homo erectus, East Asia, and Homo neanderthalensis, Europe and Western Asia. All are humans. Humans in Europe and Western Asia evolved into Homo neanderthalensis, man from the Neander Valley, popularly referred to simply as Neanderthals. Neanderthals, bulkier and more muscular than us, sapiens, were well adapted to the cold climate of Ice Age Western Eurasia. The most eastern regions of Asia were populated by Homo erectus, upright man, who survived there for close to 2 million years, making it the most durable human species ever. This record is unlikely to be broken even by our own species. It is doubtful whether Homo sapiens will still be around 1,000 years from now, so 2 million years is really out of our league. On the island of Java, in Indonesia, lived Homo saurinensis, man from the Solo Valley, who was suited to life in the tropics. On another Indonesian island, the small island of Flores, archaic humans underwent a process of dwarfing. Humans first reached Flores when the sea level was exceptionally low and the island was easily accessible from the mainland. When the seas rose again, some people were trapped on the islands, which was poor in resources. Big people who need a lot of food died first. Smaller fellows survived much better. Over the generations, the people of Flores became dwarfs. This unique species, known by scientists as Homo florescensis, reached a maximum height of only 1 meter and weighed no more than 25 kilograms. They were nevertheless able to produce stone tools and even managed occasionally to hunt down some of the island's elephants, though to be fair, the elephants were a dwarf species as well. In 2010, another lost sibling was rescued from oblivion when scientists excavating the Denisova cave in Siberia discovered a fossilized finger bone. Genetic analysis proved that the finger belonged to a previously unknown human species, which was named Homo denisova. Who knows how many lost relatives of ours are waiting to be discovered in other caves, on other islands, and in other climes. While these humans were evolving in Europe and Asia, evolution in East Africa did not stop. The cradle of humanity continued to nurture numerous new species, such as Homo rudolphinensis, man from Lake Rudolph, Homo ergaster, working man, and eventually our own species, which we have modestly named Homo sapiens, wise man. The members of some of these species were massive and others were dwarfs. Some were fearsome hunters and others meek plant gatherers. Some lived only on single islands while many roamed over continents. But all of them belonged to the genus Homo. They were all human beings. It's a common fallacy to envision these species are arranged in a straight line of descent, with ergaster begetting erectus begetting the Neanderthals, and the Neanderthals evolving into us. This linear model gives the mistaken impression that at any particular moment only one type of human inhabited the earth, and that all earlier species were merely older models of ourselves. The truth is that from about 2 million years ago until around 10,000 years ago, the world was home at one and the same time to several human species. And why not? Today there are many species of foxes, bears and pigs. The earth of 100 millennia ago was walked by at least 6 different species of man. It's our current exclusivity, not that multi-species past, that is peculiar and perhaps incriminating. As we will shortly see, we sapiens have good reasons to repress the memory of our siblings. The cost of thinking. Despite their many differences, all human species share several defining characteristics. Most notably, humans have extraordinarily large brains compared to other animals. Mammals weighing 60 kilograms have an average brain size of 200 cubic centimeters. The earliest man and woman 2.5 million years ago had brain of about 600 cubic centimeters. Modern sapiens sport a brain average 1200 to 1400 cubic centimeters. Neanderthals' brains were even bigger. That evolution should select for larger brains may seem to us like, well, a no-brainer. We are so enamored of our high intelligence that we assume that when it comes to cerebral power, more must be better. But if that were the case, the feline family would also have produced cats who could do calculus, while genus Homo, the only one in the entire animal kingdom to have come up with such massive thinking machines. The fact is that a jumbo brain is a jumbo drain on the body. It's not easy to carry around, especially when encased inside a massive skull. It's even harder to fuel. In Homo sapiens, the brain accounts for about 2 to 3% of total body weight, but it consumes 25% of body's energy. When the body is at rest, by comparison, the brains of other apes require only 8% of rest time energy. Archaic humans paid for their large brains in two ways. Firstly, they spent more time in search of food. Secondly, their muscles atrophied. Like a government diverting money from defense to education, humans diverted energy from biceps to neurons. It's hardly a foregone conclusion that this is a good strategy for survival. On the savannah, a chimpanzee can't win an argument with a Homo sapiens, but the ape can rip the man apart like a rag doll. Today our big brains pay off nicely because we can produce cars and guns that enable us to move much faster than chimps and shoot them from a safe distance instead of wrestling. But cars and guns are a recent phenomenon. For more than 2 million years, human neural networks kept growing and growing, but apart from some flint knives and pointed sticks, humans have precious little to show for it. What then drove forward the evolution of the massive human brain? During those 2 million years, frankly we don't know. Another singular human trait is that we walk upright on two legs, standing up. It's easier to scan the savannah for game or enemies, and arms that are unnecessary for locomotion are freed for other purposes, like throwing stones or signaling. The more things these hands could do, the more successful their owners were. So evolutionary pressure brought about an increasing concentration of nerves and finely tuned muscles in the palms and fingers. As a result, humans can perform very intricate tasks with their hands. In particular, they can produce and use sophisticated tools. The first evidence for tool production dates from about 2.5 million years ago, and the manufacture and use of tools are the criteria by which archaeologists recognize ancient humans. Yet walking upright had its downside. The skeleton of our primate ancestors developed for millions of years to support a creature that walked on all fours and had a relatively small head. Adjusting to an upright position was quite a challenge, especially when the scaffolding had to support an extra large cranium. Humankind paid for its lofty vision and industrious hands with backs and stiff necks. Women paid extra. An upright gait required narrower hips, constructing the birth canal. And this just when babies' heads were getting bigger and bigger. Death in childbirth became a major hazard for human females. Women who gave birth earlier, when the infant's brain and head were still relatively small and supple, fared better and lived to have more children. Natural selection consequently favored earlier births, and indeed, compared to other animals, humans are born prematurely, when many of their vital systems are still underdeveloped. A colt can trot shortly after birth. A kitten leaves its mother to forage on its own when it is just a few weeks old. Human babies are helpless, dependent for many years on their elders for sustenance, protection, and education. This fact has contributed greatly both to humankind's extraordinary social abilities and to its unique social problems. Lone mothers could hardly forage enough food for their offspring and themselves, with needy children in tow. Raising children required constant help from other family members and neighbors. It takes a tribe to raise a human. Evolution thus favored those capable of forming strong social ties. In addition, since humans are born underdeveloped, they can be educated and socialized to a far greater extent than any other animal. Most mammals emerge from the bomb like glazed earthenware emerging from a kiln. Any attempt at remolding will scratch or break them. Humans emerge from the bomb like molten glass. From a furnace, they can be spun, stressed, and shaped with a surprising degree of freedom. This is why today we can educate our children to become Christian or Buddhist, capitalist or socialist, warlike or peace-loving. We assume that a large brain, the use of tools, superior learning abilities, and complex social structures are huge advantages. It seems self-evident that these have made humankind the most powerful animals on earth. But humans enjoyed all of these advantages for a full 2 million years, during which they remained weak and marginal creatures. Thus humans who lived a million years ago, despite their big brains and sharp stone tools, dwelt in constant fear of predators, rarely hunted large game, and subsisted mainly by gathering plants, scooping up insects, stalking small animals, and eating the carrion left behind by other more powerful carnivores. One of the most common use of early stone tools was to crack open bones in order to get to the marrow. Some researchers believed this was our original nature, just as woodpeckers specialize in extracting insects from the trunks of trees. The first humans specialized in extracting marrow from bones. Why marrow? Well, suppose you observe a pride of lion, take down and devour a giraffe. You wait patiently until they are done, but it's still not your turn, because first the hyenas and jackals, and you don't dare interfere with them, scavenge the leftovers. Only then would you and your band dare approach the carcass, look cautiously left and right, and dig into the edible tissues that remained. This is a key to understanding our history and psychology. Genus Homo's position in the food chain was, until quite recently, solidly in the middle. For millions of years, humans hunted smaller creatures and gathered what they could, all the while being hunted by larger predators. It was only 4 lakh years ago that several species of man began to hunt large game on a regular basis. And only in the last 1 lakh years, with the rise of Homo sapiens, that man jumped to the top of the food chain. That spectacular leap from the middle to the top had enormous consequences. Other animals at the top of the pyramid, such as lions and sharks, evolved into that position very gradually. Over millions of years, this enabled the ecosystem to develop checks and balances that prevent lions and sharks from wreaking too much havoc. As lions became deadlier, so gazelles evolved to run faster, hyenas to cooperate better, and rhinoceros to be more bad-tempered. In contrast, humankind ascended to the top so quickly that the ecosystem was not given time to adjust. Moreover, humans themselves failed to adjust. Most top predators of planet are majestic creatures. Millions of years of dominion have filled them with self-confidence. Sapiens, by contrast, is more like a banana republic dictator, having so recently been one of the underdogs of savannah. We are full of fears and anxieties over our position, which makes us doubly cruel and dangerous. Many historical calamities, from deadly wars to ecological catastrophes, have resulted from this over-hasty jump. A race of cooks. A significant step on the way to the top was the domestication of fire. Some human species may have made occasional use of fire as early as 8 lakh years ago. By about 3 lakh years ago, Homo erectus, Neanderthals and forefathers of Homo sapiens were using fire on a daily basis. Humans now had a dependable source of light and warmth and a daily weapon against prowling lions. Not long afterwards, humans may even have started deliberately to torch their neighborhoods. A careful managed fire could turn impassable barren thickets into prime grasslands teeming with game. In addition, once the fire died down, Stone Age entrepreneurs could walk through the smoking remains and harvest charcoal animals, nuts and tubers. But the best thing fire did was cook. Foods that humans cannot digest in their natural forms, such as wheat, rice and potatoes, became staples of our diet. Thanks to cooking, fire not only changed humans' chemistry, it changed its biology as well. Cooking killed germs and parasites that infested food. Humans also had a far easier time chewing and digesting old fibers such as fruits, nuts, insects, and carrions if they were cooked. Whereas chimpanzees spend 5 hours a day chewing raw food. A single hour suffices for people eating cooked food. The advent of cooking enabled humans to eat more kinds of food, to devote less time to eating and to make do with smaller teeth and shorter intestines. Some scholars believe there is a direct link between the advent of cooking, the shortening the human intestinal tract, and the growth of human brain. Since long intestines and large brains are both massive energy consumers, it's hard to have both. By shortening the intestines and decreasing their energy consumption, cooking inadvertently opened the way to the jumbo brains of Neanderthals and Sapiens. Fire also opened the first significant gulf between man and the other animals. The power of almost all animals depend on their bodies, the strength of their muscles, the size of their teeth, the breadth of their wings. Though they may harness winds and currents, They are unable to control these natural forces and are always constrained by their physical design. Eagles, for example, identify thermal columns rising from the ground, spread their giant wings and allow the hot air to lift them upward. Yet eagles cannot control the location of the columns, and their maximum carrying capacity is strictly proportional to their wingspan. When humans domesticated fire, they gained control of an obedient and potentially limitless force. Unlike eagles, humans could choose when and where to ignite a flame, and they were able to exploit fire for any number of tasks. Most importantly, the power of fire was not limited by the form, structures, or strength of the human body. A single woman with a flint or fire stick could burn down an entire forest in a matter of hours. The domestication of fire was a sign of things to come, our brother's keepers. Despite the benefit of fire, 150,000 years ago, humans were still marginal creatures. They could now scare away lions, warm themselves during cold nights, and burn down the occasional forest. Yet, counting all species together, there were still no more than perhaps a million humans living between the Indonesian archipelago and the Iberian Peninsula, a mere blip on the ecological radar. Our own species, Homo sapiens, was already present on the world stage, but so far it was just minding its own business in a corner of Africa. We don't know exactly where and when animals that can be classified as Homo sapiens first evolved from some earlier types of humans, but most scientists agree that by 150,000 years ago, East Africa was populated by sapiens that looked just like us. If one of them turned up in a modern morgue, the local pathologist would notice nothing peculiar. Thanks to the blessings of fire, they had smaller teeth and jaws than their ancestors, whereas they had massive brains, equal in size to ours. Scientists also agree that about 70,000 years ago, sapiens from East Africa spread into the Arabian Peninsula, and from there they quickly overran the entire Eurasian landmass. When Homo sapiens landed in Arabia, most of Eurasia was already settled by other humans. What happened to them? There are two conflicting theories. The interbreeding theory tells us a story of attraction, sex, and mingling. As the African immigrants spread around the world, they bred with other human populations, and people today are the outcome of this interbreeding. For example, when sapiens reached the Middle East and Europe, they encountered the Neanderthals. These humans were more muscular than sapiens and had larger brains and were better adapted to cold climes. They used tools and fire, were good hunters, and apparently took care of their sick and infirm. Archaeologists have discovered the bones of Neanderthals who lived for many years with severe physical handicaps, evidence that they were cared for by their relatives. Neanderthals are often depicted in caricatures as the archetype, typical, brutish, and stupid cave people, but recent evidence has changed their image. According to the interbreeding theory, when sapiens spread into Neanderthal lands, sapiens bred with Neanderthals until the two populations merged. If this is the case, then today's Eurasians are not pure sapiens. They are a mixture of sapiens and Neanderthals. Similarly, when sapiens reached East Asia, they interbred with the local erectus. So the Chinese and Koreans are a mixture of sapiens and erectus. The opposing view, called the replacement theory, tells a very different story, one of incompatibility, revulsion, and perhaps even genocide. According to this theory, sapiens and other humans had different anatomies, and most likely different mating habits, and even body odors. They would have little sexual interest in one another. Even if a Neanderthal Romeo and a Sapiens Juliet fell in love, they could not produce fertile children because a genetic gulf separating the two populations was already unbridgeable. The two populations remained completely distinct, and when the Neanderthals died out or were killed off, their genes died with them. According to these views, sapiens replaced all the previous human populations without merging with them. If that is the case, the lineages of all contemporary humans can be traced back exclusively to East Africa 70,000 years ago. We are all pure sapiens. Here, given a map, Homo sapiens confers the globe. A lot hinges on this debate from an evolutionary perspective. 70,000 years is a relatively short interval if the replacement theory is correct. All living humans have roughly the same genetic baggage, and racial distinctions among them are negligible. But if the interbreeding theory is correct, there might well be genetic differences between Africans, Europeans, and Asians that go back hundreds of thousands of years. This is political dynamite, which could provide material for explosive racial theories in recent decades. The replacement theory has been the common wisdom in the field. It had firmer archaeological backing and was more politically correct. Scientists had no desire to open up the Pandora's box of racism by claiming significant genetic diversity among modern human populations. But that ended in 2010, when the results of a 4-year effort to map the Neanderthal genome were published. Genetics were able to collect enough intact Neanderthal DNA from fossils to make a broad comparison between it and the DNA of the contemporary humans. The results stunned the scientific community. It turned out that 1 to 4% of the unique human DNA of modern populations in the Middle East and Europe is Neanderthal DNA. That's not a huge amount, but it's significant. A second shock came several months later, when DNA extracted from the fossil finger from Denisova was mapped. The results proved that up to 6% of the unique human DNA of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians is Denisovan DNA. If these results are valid, and it's important to keep in mind that further research is underway and may either reinforce or modify these conclusions. The interviewers got at least some things right, but that does not mean that the replacement theory is completely wrong. Since Neanderthals and Denisovans contributed only a small amount of DNA to our present-day genome, it is impossible to speak of a merger between sapiens and other human species. Although differences between them were not large enough to completely prevent fertile intercourse, they were sufficient to make such contacts very rare. How then there should we understand the biological relatedness of sapiens, Neanderthals and Denisovans? Clearly they were not completely different species like horses and donkeys. On the other hand, they were not just different populations of the same species, like bulldogs and spaniels. There must have been a point when the two populations were already quite different from one another, but still capable on rare occasions of having sex and producing fertile offspring. Then another mutation severed this last connecting thread, and they went their separate evolutionary ways. It seems that about 50,000 years ago, sapiens, Neanderthals and Denisovans were at that borderline point. They were almost, but not quite, entirely separate species. As we shall see in the next chapter, sapiens were already very different from Neanderthals and Denisovans, not only in their genetic code and physical traits, but also in their cognitive and social abilities. Yet, it appears it was still just possible on rare occasions for a sapiens and a Neanderthals to produce a fertile offspring, so the populations did not merge. But a few lucky Neanderthal genes did hitch a ride on the Sapiens Express. It is unsettling and perhaps thrilling to think that we sapiens could at one time have sex with an animal from a different species and produce children together. There is a picture of a speculative reconstruction of a Neanderthal child. Genetic evidence hints that at least some Neanderthals may have had fair skin and hair. But if the Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other human species did not merge with sapiens, why did they vanish? One possibility is that Homo sapiens dropped them to extinction. Imagine a sapiens band reaching a Balkan valley where Neanderthals had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The newcomers began to hunt the deer and gather the nuts and berries that were the Neanderthals' traditional staples. Sapiens were more proficient hunters and gatherers, thanks to better technology and superior social skills, so they multitude and spread. The less resourceful Neanderthals found it increasingly difficult to feed themselves. Their population dwindled and they slowly died out, except perhaps for one or two members who joined their sapiens neighbors. Another possibility is that competition for resources flared up into violence and genocide. Tolerance is not a sapiens trademark. In modern times, a small difference in skin color, dialect, or religion has been enough to prompt one group of sapiens to set about exterminating another group. Would ancient sapiens have been more tolerant towards an entirely different human species? It may well be that when sapiens encountered Neanderthals, the result was the first and most significant ethnic cleansing campaign in history. Whichever way it happened, the Neanderthals and the other human species pose one of history's great what ifs. Imagine how things might have turned out had the Neanderthals or Denisovans survived alongside Homo sapiens. What kind of cultures, societies, and political structures would have emerged in a world where several different human species coexisted? How, for example, would religious faiths have unfolded? Would the book of Genesis have declared that Neanderthals descend from Adam and Eve? Would Jesus have died for the sins of the Denisovans? And would the Quran have reserved seats in heaven for all righteous humans, whatever their species? Would Neanderthals have been able to serve in the Roman legions or in the sprawling bureaucracy of Imperial China? Would the American Declaration of Independence hold as a self-evident truth that all members of the genus Homo are created equal? Would Karl Marx have urged workers of all species to unite? Over the past 10,000 years, Homo sapiens has grown so accustomed to being the only human species that it's hard for us to conceive of any other possibility. Our lack of brothers and sisters makes it easier to imagine that we are the epitome of creation and that a chasm separates us from the rest of the animal kingdom. When Charles Darwin indicated that Homo sapiens was just another kind of animal, people were outraged. Even today, Many refused to believe it. Had the Neanderthals survived? Would we still imagine ourselves to be a creature apart? Perhaps this is exactly why our ancestors wiped out the Neanderthals. They were too familiar to ignore, but too different to tolerate. Whether sapiens are to blame or not, no sooner had they arrived at a new location than the native population became extinct. The lost remains of Homo sapiens saurensis. The last remains of Homo saurensis are dated to about 50,000 years ago. Homo denisova disappeared shortly thereafter. Neanderthals made their exit roughly 30,000 years ago. The last dwarf-like humans vanished from Flores Island about 12,000 years ago. They left behind some bones, stone tools, a few genes in our DNA, and a lot of unanswered questions. They also left behind us, Homo sapiens, the last human species. What are the sapiens' secret of success? How did we manage to settle so rapidly in so many distant and ecologically different habitats? How did we push all other human species into oblivion? Why could not even the strong, brainy, cold wolf Neanderthals survive our onslaught? The debate continues to raise. The most likely answer is the very thing that makes the debate possible. Homo sapiens conquered the world thanks above all to its language. Chapter 2. The Tree of Knowledge. In the previous chapter, we saw that although sapiens had already populated East Africa 150,000 years ago, they began to overrun the rest of planet Earth and drive the other human species to extinction only about 70,000 years ago. In the intervening millennia, even though these archaic sapiens looked just like us and their brains were as big as ours, they did not enjoy any marked advantage over other human species, did not produce particularly sophisticated tools, and did not accomplish any other special feats. In fact, in the first recorded encounter between sapiens and Neanderthals, the Neanderthals born about 1 lakh years ago, some sapiens groups migrated north to the Levant, which was Neanderthal territory, but failed to secure a firm footing. It might have been due to nasty natives, an inclement climate, or unfamiliar local parasites. Whatever the reasons, the sapiens eventually retreated, leaving the Neanderthals as masters of the Middle East. This poor record of achievement has led scholars to speculate that the internal structure of the brains of these sapiens was probably different from ours. They looked like us, but their cognitive abilities, learning, remembering, communicating, were far more limited. Teaching such an ancient sapiens English, persuading him of the truth of Christian dogma, or getting him to understand the theory of evolution would probably have been hopeless undertakings. Conversely, we would have had a very hard time learning his language and understanding his way of thinking. But then, beginning about 70,000 years ago, Homo sapiens started doing very special things. Around that date, sapiens bands left Africa for a second time. This time they drove the Neanderthals and all other human species not only from the Middle East but from the face of the earth. Within a remarkably short period, sapiens reached Europe and East Asia. About 45,000 years ago, they somehow crossed the open sea and landed in Australia, a continent hitherto untouched by humans. The period from about 70,000 years ago to about 30,000 years ago witnessed the invention of boats, oil lamps, bows and arrows and needles, essentials for swaying warm frost. The first objects that can reliably be called art date from this era. See the Staddle line man on this page. As does the first clear evidence for religion, commerce, and social stratification. Most researchers believe that these unprecedented accomplishments were the product of a revolution in Sapiens' cognitive abilities. They maintain that the people who drove the Neanderthals to extinction, settled Australia, and carved the Staddle line man were as intelligent, creative, and sensitive as we are. If we were to come across the artists of the Staddle Cape, we could learn their language and they ours. We did be able to explain to them everything we know, from the adventures of Alice in Wonderland to the paradoxes of quantum physics, and they could teach us how their people view the world, the appearance of new ways of thinking and communicating between 70,000 and 30,000 years ago constitutes the cognitive revolution. What caused it? We are not sure. The most commonly believed theory argues that accidental genetic mutations changed the inner wiring of the brains of sapiens, enabling them to think in unprecedented ways and to communicate using an altogether new types of language. We might call it the tree of knowledge mutation. Why did it occur in sapiens' DNA rather than in that of Neanderthals? It was a matter of pure chance, as far as we can tell. But it's more important to understand the consequences of the tree of knowledge mutation than its causes. What was so special about the new sapiens language that it enabled us to compare the world? It was not the first language. Every animal has some kind of language. Even insects, such as bees and ants, know how to communicate in sophisticated ways, informing one another of the whereabouts of food. Neither was it the first vocal language. Many animals, including all apes and monkey species, have vocal languages. For example, green monkeys use calls of various kinds to communicate. Zoologists have identified one call that means careful and eager. A slightly different call was careful, a lion. When researchers played a recording of the first call to a group of monkeys, the monkeys stopped what they were doing and looked upward in fear. When the same group heard a recording of the second call, the lion warning, then they quickly scrambled up a tree. Sapiens can produce many more distinct sounds than green monkeys, but whales and elephants have equally impressive abilities. A parrot can say anything, Albert Einstein could say, as well as mimicking the sounds of phones ringing, doors slamming, and sirens wailing. Whatever advantage Einstein had over a parrot, it was not vocal. What, then, it is so special about our language? The most common answer is that our language is amazing but supple. We can connect a limited number of sounds and signs to produce an infinite number of sentences, each with a distinct meaning. We can thereby ingest, store, and communicate a prodigious amount of information about the surrounding world. A green monkey can yell to its comrades, careful, a lion, but a modern human can tell her friends that this morning near the bend in the river she saw a lion tracking a herd of bison. She can then describe the exact location, including the different paths leading to the area. With this information, the members of her band can put their heads together and discuss whether they ought to approach the river in order to chase away the lion and hunt the bison. A second theory agrees that our unique language evolved as a means of sharing information about the world. But the most important information that needed to be conveyed was about humans, not about lions and bisons. Our language evolved as a way of gossiping. According to this theory, Homo sapiens is primarily a social animal. Social cooperation is our key for survival and reproduction. It is not enough for individual man and woman to know the whereabouts of lands and business. It's much more important for them to know who in their band hates whom, who is sleeping with whom, who is honest and who is a cheat. There is a picture, an ivory figurine of a lion man or lioness woman from the Stader cave in Germany, almost 32,000 years ago. The body is human but the head is leonine. This is one of the first indisputable examples of art and probably of religion and of the ability of the human mind to imagine things that do not really exist. The amount of information that one must obtain and store in order to track the ever-changing relationships of a few dozen individuals is staggering. In a band of 50 individuals, there are 1,225 one-on-one relationships and countless more complex social combinations or apps show a keen interest in such social information, but they have trouble gossiping effectively. Neanderthals and archaic Homo sapiens probably also had a hard time talking behind each other's back, much marrying ability, which is in fact essential for cooperation in large numbers. The new linguistic skill that modern sapiens acquired about 70 millennia ago enabled them to gossip for hours on end. Reliable information about who could be trusted meant that small bands could expand into larger bands and sapiens could develop tighter and more sophisticated types of cooperation. The gossip theory might sound like a joke, but numerous studies support it. Even today, the vast majority of human communication, whether in the form of emails, phone calls, or newspapers columns, is gossip. It comes so naturally to us that it seems as if our language evolved for this very purpose. Do you think that history professors chat about the reasons for World War I when they meet for lunch, or that nuclear physicists spend their office breaks at scientific conferences talking about quarks? Sometimes, but more often they gossip about the professor who caught her husband cheating, or the quarrel between the head of the department and the dean, or the rumors that a colleague used his research funds to buy a Lexus. Gossip usually focuses on wrongdoings. Rumor mongers are the original fourth estate, journalists who inform society about and thus protect it from cheats and freeloaders. Most likely, both the gossip story and the there is a line near the river theory are valid. Yet the truly unique feature of our language is not its ability to transmit information about man and lions, rather it's the ability to transmit information about things that do not exist at all. As far as we know, only sapiens can talk about entire kinds of entities that they have never seen, touched or smelled. Legends, myths, gods and religions appeared for the first time with the cognitive revolution. Many animals and human species could previously say, "Careful, a lion." Thanks to the cognitive revolution, Homo sapiens acquired the ability to say, "The lion is the guardian spirit of our tribe." This ability to speak about fiction is the most unique feature of sapiens language. It's relatively easy to agree that only Homo sapiens can speak about things that don't really exist and believe 6 impossible things before breakfast. You could never convince a monkey to give you a banana by promising him limitless bananas after death in monkey heaven. But why is it important? After all, fiction can be dangerously misleading or distracting. People who go to the forest looking for fairies and unicorns would seem to have less chance of survival than people who go looking for mushrooms and deer. And if you spend hours praying to non-existing guardian spirits, are not you wasting precious time? Time better spent foraging, fighting, and fornicating. But fiction has enabled us not merely to imagine things, but to do so collectively. We can weave common myths such as the biblical creation story, the dreamtime myths of Aboriginal Australians, and the nationalist myths of modern states. Such myths give sapiens the unprecedented ability to cooperate flexibly in large numbers. Ants and bees can also work together in huge numbers, but they do so in a very rigid manner and only with close relatives. Birds and chimpanzees cooperate far more flexible than ants, but they can do so only with small numbers of other individuals that they know intimately. Sapiens can cooperate in extremely flexible ways with countless numbers of strangers. That's why sapiens rule the world. Whereas ants eat our leftovers and chimps are locked up in zoos and research laboratories. The result of Figoid. Our chimpanzees cousins usually live in small groups of several dozen individuals. They form close relations, friendships, hunt together and fight to soldier against baboons, cheetah and enemy chimpanzees. Their social structure tends to be hierarchical. The dominant member, who is almost always a male, is termed the alpha male. Other males and females exhibit their submission to the alpha male by bowing before him while making grunting sound, not unlike human subjects, kowtowing before a king. The alpha male strives to maintain social harmony within his troop. When two individuals, he will intervene and stop the violence less benevolently. He might monopolize particularly coveted foods and prevent lower ranking males from mating with the females. When two males are contesting the alpha position, they usually do so by forming extensive coalitions of supporters, both male and female, from within the group. Ties between coalition members are based on intimate daily contact, hugging, touching, kissing, grooming, and mutual favors, just as human politicians on election campaigns go around shaking hands, just as human politicians on election campaigns and kissing babies. So aspirants to the top position in chimpanzees group spend much time hugging, backslapping, and kissing babies' chimps. The alpha male usually wins his position not because he is physically stronger, but because he leads a large and stable coalition. These coalitions play a central part not only during overt struggles for the alpha position, but in almost all day-to-day activities. Members of a coalition spend more time together, share food, and help one another in times of trouble. There are clear limits to the size of groups that can be formed and maintained in such a way. In order to function, all members of a group must know each other intimately. Two chimpanzees who have never met, never fought, and never engaged in mutual grooming will not know whether they can trust on one another, whether it would be worthwhile to help one another, and which of them ranks higher. Under natural conditions, a typical chimpanzee troop consists of about 20 to 50 individuals. As the number of chimpanzees in troop increases, the social order destabilizes eventually, leading to a rupture and the formation of a new troop by some of the animals. Only in a handful of cases have zoologists observed groups larger than 100. Separate groups seldom cooperate and tend to compete for territory and food. Researchers have documented prolonged warfare between groups and even one case of genocidal activity in which one group systematically slaughtered most members of a neighboring band. Similar pattern probably dominated the social lives of early humans, including archaic Homo sapiens. Humans like chimps have social instincts that enables our ancestors to form friendships and hierarchies and to hunt or fight together. However, like the social instinct of chimps, those of humans were adapted only for small intimate groups. When the group grew too large, its social order destabilized and the band split. Even if a particular fertile valley could feed 500 archaic sapiens, there was no way that so many strangers could live together. How could they agree who should be leader, who should hunt, where, or who should mate with whom? In the wake of the cognitive revolution, gossip helped Homo sapiens to form larger and more stable bands, but even gossip has its limits. Sociological research has shown that the maximum natural size of a group bonded by gossip is about 150 individuals. Most people can neither intimately know nor gossip effectively about more than 150 human beings. Even today, a critical threshold in human organizations falls somewhere around this magic number. Below this threshold, communities, businesses, social networks, and military units can maintain themselves based mainly on intimate acquaintance and rumor mongering. There is no need for formal ranks, titles, and law books to keep order. A platoon of 30 soldiers or even a company of 100 soldiers can function well on the basis of intimate relations with a minimum of formal discipline. A well-respected sergeant can become king of the company and exercise authority even over commissioned officers. A small family business can survive and flourish without a board of directors, a CEO, or an accounting department. But once the threshold of 150 individuals is crossed, things can no longer work that way. You cannot run a division with thousands of soldiers the same way you run a platoon. Successful family businesses usually face a crisis when they grow larger and hire more personnel. If they cannot reinvent themselves, they go bust. How did Homo sapiens manage to cross this critical threshold, eventually founding cities comprising tens of thousands of inhabitants and empires ruling hundreds of millions? The secret was probably the appearance of fiction. Large numbers of strangers can cooperate successfully by believing in common myths. Any large-scale human cooperation, whether a modern state, a medieval church, an ancient city, or an archaic tribe, is rooted in common myths that exist only in pupils' collective imagination. Churches are rooted in common religious myths. Two Catholics who have never met can nevertheless go together on crusade or pool funds to build a hospital because they both believe that God was incarnated in human flesh and allowed himself to be crucified to redeem our sins. States are rooted in common national myths. Two serfs who have never met might risk their lives to save one another because both believe in the existence of Serbian nation, the Serbian homeland and the Serbian flag. Judicial systems are rooted in common legal myths. Two lawyers who have never met can nevertheless combine efforts to defend a complete stranger because they both believe in the existence of laws, justice, human rights, and the money paid out in fees. Yet none of these things exist outside the stories that people invent and tell one another. There are no gods in the universe, no nations, no money, no human rights, no laws, and no justice outside the common imagination of human beings. People easily understand that primitives cement that social order by believing in ghosts and spirits and gathering each full moon to dance together around a campfire. What we fail to appreciate is that our modern institutions function on exactly the same basis. Take, for example, the world of business corporations. Modern business people and lawyers are in fact powerful successors. The principal difference between them and private sermons is that modern lawyers tell far stranger tales. The legend of Pegoit affords us a good example. An icon that somewhat resembles the saddle lion man appears today on cars, trucks and motorcycles from Paris to Sydney. It's a hood ornament that adorns vehicles made by Peugeot, one of the oldest and largest of Europe's car makers. Peugeot began as a small family business in the village of Barentigny, just 300 kilometers from the Stadler's Cave. Today the company employs about 2 lakh people worldwide, most of whom are complete strangers to each other. These strangers cooperate so effectively that in 2008, Peugeot produced more than 1.5 million automobiles, earnings revenues of about 55 billion euros. In what sense can we say that Peugeot SA, the company's official name, exists? There are many Peugeot vehicles, but these are obviously not the company. Even if every Peugeot in the world was simultaneously junked and sold for scrap metal, Peugeot's SA would not disappear. It would continue to manufacture new cars and issue its annual report. The company owns factories, machinery and showrooms, and employs mechanics, accountants and secretaries. But all these together do not comprise Peugeot. A disaster might kill every single one of Peugeot's employees and go on to destroy all of its assembly lines and executive offices. Even then, the company could borrow money, hire new employees, build new factories, and buy new machinery. Peugeot has managers and shareholders, but neither do they continue the company. All the managers could be dismissed and all its shares sold, but the company itself would remain intact. Here is a picture of Peugeot Lion. It does not mean that Peugeot SA is invulnerable or immortal. If a judge were to mandate the dissolution of the company, its factories would remain standing and its workers, accountants, managers and shareholders would continue to live. But Peugeot SA would immediately vanish. In short, Peugeot SA seems to have no essential connection to the physical world. Does it really exist? Peugeot is a figment of our collective imagination. Lawyers call this a legal fiction. It can't be pointed at. It is not a physical object, but it exists as a legal entity, just like you or me. It is bound by the laws of the countries in which it operates. It can open a bank account and own property. It pays taxes and it can be sued and even prosecuted separately from any of the people who own or work for it. Peugeot belongs to a particular genre of legal fictions called limited liability companies. The idea behind such companies is among humanity's most ingenious inventions. Homo sapiens lived for untold millennia without them. During most of recorded history, property could be owned only by flesh and blood humans, the kind that stood on 2 legs and had big brains. If in 13th century France Jean set up a begun manufacturing workshop, he himself was the business. If a wagons he had made broke down a week after purchase, the disgruntled buyer would have sued during Jean personally. If Jean had borrowed 1,000 gold coins to set up his workshop and the business failed, he would have had to repay the loan by selling his private property, his house, his cow, his land. His, he might even have had to sell his children into servitude. If he could not cover the debt, he could be thrown in prison by the state or enslaved by his creditors. He was fully liable, without limit, for all obligations incurred by his workshop. If you lived back then, you would probably have thought twice before you opened an enterprise of your own, and indeed, this legal situation discouraged entrepreneurship. People were afraid to start new businesses and take economic risks. It hardly seemed worth taking the chance that their families could end up utterly destitute. This is why people began collectively to imagine the existence of limited liability companies. Such companies were legally independent of the people who set them up or invested money in them or managed them. Over the last few centuries, such companies have become the main player in the economic arena, and we have grown so used to them that we forget they exist only in our imagination. In the US, the technical term for a limited liability company is a corporation, which is ironic because the term derives from corpus, body in Latin. The one thing these corporations lack, despite their having no real bodies, the American legal system treats corporations as legal persons, as if they were flesh and blood, human beings. And so did the French legal system back in 1896, when Armand Pigot, who had inherited from his parents a metal working shop that produced springs, shawls, and bicycles, decided to go into the automobile business. To that end, he set up a limited liability company. He named the company after himself, but it was independent of him. If one of the cars broke down, the buyer could sue Pigot, but not Armand Pigot. If the company borrowed millions of francs and then went bust, Armand Pigot did not owe its creditors a single franc. The loan, after all, had been given to Pigot the company, not to Armand Pigot the Homo sapiens. Armand Pigot died in 1950. Pigot the company is still alive and well. How exactly did Armand Pigot the man create Pigot the company in much the same way that priests and sorcerers have created gods and demons throughout history, and in which thousands of French cures were still creating Christ's body every Sunday in the Paris churches? It all revolved around telling stories and convincing people to believe them. In the case of French cures, the crucial story was that of Christ's life and death, as told by the Catholic Church. According to this story, if a Catholic priest dressed in his sacred garments solemnly said the right words at the right moment, mundane bread and wine turned into God's flesh and blood. The priest exclaimed, Hoc est corpus meum, Latin for this is my body. And hocus pocus, the bread turned into Christ's flesh. Seeing that the priest had properly and assiduously observed all the procedures, millions of devout French Catholics behaved as if God really existed in the consecrated bread and wine. In the case of Pigot essay, the crucial story was the French legal code as written by the French Parliament. According to the French legislators, if a certified lawyer followed all the proper liturgy and rituals, wrote all the required spells and oaths on a wonderfully decorated piece of paper, and affixed his ornate signature to the bottom of the document, then hocus pocus, a new company was incorporated. When in 1896, Armand Pigot wanted to create his company, he had a lawyer to go through all these sacred procedures. Once the lawyer had performed all the right rituals and pronounced all the necessary spells and oaths, millions of upright French citizens behaved as if the Pigouid company really existed. Tell- Telling effective stories is not easy. The difficulty lies not in telling the story but in convincing everyone else to believe it. Much of a story revolves around this question: how does one convince millions of people to believe particular stories about gods or nations or limited liability companies? Yet, when it succeeds, it gives Sapiens immense power because it enables millions of strangers to cooperate and work towards common goals. Just try to imagine how difficult it would have been to create states or churches or legal systems if we could speak only about things that really exist, such as rivers, trees, and lions. Over the years, people have woven an incredibly complex network of stories. Within this network, within this network, fiction such as Pigouid not only exist but also accumulate immense power. The kinds of things that people create through this network of stories are known in academic circles as fictions, social constructs, or imagined realities. And imagined reality is not a lie. I lie when I say that there is a lion near the river when I know perfectly when that there is no lion there. There is nothing special about lions. Green monkeys and chimpanzees can lie. A green monkey, for example, has been observed calling careful a lion when there was no lion around. This alarmed conveniently frightened away a fellow monkey who had just found a banana, leaving the lion all alone to steal the prize for itself. Unlike lion, an imagined reality is something that everyone believes in, and as long as his communal beliefs persist, the imagined reality exerts force in the world. The sculptor from the Staddle Cave may sincerely have believed in the existence of the lion-man guardian spirit. Some sorcerers are charlatans, but most sincerely believe in the existence of gods and demons. Most millionaires sincerely believe in the existence of money and limited liability companies. Most human rights activists sincerely believe in the existence of human rights. No one was lying when, in 2011, the UN demanded that the Libyan government respect the human rights of its citizens. Even though the UN, Libya, and human rights are all figments of our fertile imaginations. Ever since the cognitive revolution, Sapiens has thus been living in a dual reality. On the one hand, the objective reality of rivers, trees, and lions, and on the other hand, the imagined reality of gods, nations, corporations, demons, etc. As time went by, the imagined reality became ever more powerful, so that today the very survival of rivers, trees, and lions depend on the grace of imagined entities such as gods, nations, and corporations. Bypassing the genome, the ability to create an imagined reality out of words enabled large numbers of strangers to cooperate effectively. But it also did something more. Since large-scale human cooperation is based on myths, the way people cooperate can be altered by changing the myths, by telling different stories under the right circumstances. Myths can change rapidly. In 1789, the French population switched almost overnight from believing in the myth of the divine right of kings to believing in the myth of the sovereignty of the people. Consequently, ever since the cognitive revolution, Homo sapiens has been able to revise its behavior rapidly in accordance with changing needs. This opened a fast lane of cultural evolution, bypassing the traffic jams of genetic evolution. Speeding down his fast lane, Homo sapiens soon far outstripped all other human and animal species in its ability to cooperate. The behavior of other social animals is determined to a large extent by their genes. DNA is not an autocrat. Animal behavior is also influenced by environmental factors and individual quirks. Nevertheless, in a given environment, animals of the same species will tend to behave in a similar way. Significant changes in social behavior cannot occur in general without genetic mutation. For example, common chimpanzees have a genetic tendency to live in a hierarchical groups headed by an alpha male. Members of a closely related chimpanzee species, bonobos, usually live in more egalitarian groups dominated by female alliances. Female common chimpanzees cannot take lessons from their bonobo relatives and stage a feminist revolution. Male chimps cannot gather in a constitutional assembly to abolish the office of alpha male and declare that from here on out all chimps are to be treated as equals. Such dramatic changes in behavior would occur only if something changed in the chimpanzee's DNA. For similar reasons, archaic humans did not initiate any revolution. As far as we can tell, changes in social patterns, the invention of new technologies and the settlement of alien habitats resulted from genetic mutation and environmental pressure more than from cultural initiatives. This is why it took humans hundreds of thousands of years to make these steps. 2 million years ago, genetic mutation resulted in the appearance of a new human species called Homo erectus. Its emergence was accompanied by the development of a new stone tool technology, now recognized as a defining feature of this species, as long as Homo erectus did not undergo further genetic alterations. Its stone tools remained roughly the same for close to 2 million years. In contrast, ever since the cognitive revolution, sapiens have been able to change their behavior quickly, transmitting new behaviors to future generations without any need of genetic or environmental change. As a prime example, consider the repeated appearance of childless elites such as the Catholic priesthood, Buddhist monastic orders, and Chinese eunuch bureaucracies. The existence of such elites goes against the most fundamental principles of natural selection, since these dominant members of society willingly give up procreation, whereas chimpanzees, alpha males, use their power to have sex with as many females as possible, and consequently sire a large proportion of their troops young. The Catholic alpha male abstains completely from sexual intercourse and childcare. This abstinence does not result from unique environmental conditions such as severe lack of food or want of potential means, nor is it the result of some quirky genetic mutation. The Catholic Church has survived for centuries not by passing on a celibacy gene from one pope to the next, but by passing on the stories of the New Testament and of Catholic canon law. In other words, while the behavior patterns of archaic humans remained fixed for tens of thousands of years, sapiens could transform their social structure, the nature of their interpersonal relations, their economic activities, and a host of other behaviors within a decade or two. Consider a resident of Berlin, born in 1900 and living to the ripe age of 100. She spent her childhood in the Hohenzollern Empire of Wilhelm II, her adult years in the Weimar Republic, the Nazi Third Reich and Communist East Germany, and she died a citizen of a democratic and reunified Germany. She had managed to be a part of 5 very different socio-political systems, though her DNA remained exactly the same. This was the key to Sapiens' success. In a one-on-one brawl, a Neanderthal would probably have beaten a Sapiens, but in a conflict of hundreds, Neanderthals would not stand a chance. Neanderthals could share information about the whereabouts of lions, but they probably could not tell and revise stories about tribal spirits. Without an ability to compose fictions, Neanderthals were unable to cooperate effectively in large numbers, nor could they adapt their social behavior to rapidly changing challenges. While we can't get inside a Neanderthal mind to understand how they thought, we have indirect evidence of the limits to their cognition compared with their sapiens rivals. Archaeologists excavating 30,000-year-old sapiens sites in the European heartland occasionally find their sea cells from the Mediterranean and Atlantic coast. In all likelihood, these cells got to the continental interior through long-distance trade between different sapiens bands. Neanderthal sites lack any evidence of such trade. Each group manufactured its own tools from local materials. Here is a picture of the Catholic alpha male abstains from Pope. This is a picture of Pope. The Catholic alpha male abstains from sexual intercourse and childcare, even though there is no genetic or ecological reason for him to do so. Another example comes from the South Pacific. Sapiens bands that lived on the island of New Ireland, north of New Guinea, used a volcanic glass called obsidian to manufacture particularly strong and sharp tools. New Ireland, however, has no natural deposits of obsidian. Laboratory tests revealed that the obsidian they used was brought from deposits on New Britain, an island 400 kilometers away. Some of the inhabitants of these islands must have been skilled navigators who traded from island to island over long distances. Trade may seem a very pragmatic activity, one that needs no fictive basis, yet the fact is that no animal other than sapiens engage in trade, and all the sapiens trade network, about which we have detailed evidence, but based on fictions, trade cannot exist without trust, and it is very difficult to trust strangers. The global trade network of today is based on our trust in such fictional entities as the dollar, the Federal Reserve Bank, and the totemic trademarks of corporations. When two strangers in a tribal society want to trade, they will often establish trust by appealing to a common god, mythical ancestors, or totem animal. If archaic sapiens believing in such fiction traded cells and obsidian, it stands to reason that they could also have traded information, thus creating a much denser and wider knowledge network than the one that observed Neanderthals and other archaic humans. Hunting techniques provide another illustration of these differences. Neanderthals usually hunted alone or in small groups. Sapiens, on the other hand, developed techniques that relied on cooperation between many dozens of individuals and perhaps even between different bands. One particularly effective method was to surround an entire herd of animals, such as wild horses, then chase them into a narrow gorge, where it was easy to slaughter them en masse. If all went according to plan, the bands could harvest tons of meat, fat, and animal skin in a single afternoon of collective effort, and either consume these riches in a giant porridge or dry, smoke, or in Arctic areas, freeze them for later uses. Archaeologists have discovered sites where entire herds were butchered annually in such ways. There were even sites where fences were erected in order to create artificial traps and slaughtering grounds. We may presume that Neanderthals were not pleased to see their traditional hunting grounds turned into sapiens-controlled slaughterhouses. However, if violence broke out between the two species, Neanderthals were not much better off than wild horses. 50 Neanderthals, cooperating in traditional and static pattern, were no match for 500 versatile and innovative sapiens. And even if the sapiens lost the first round, they could quickly invent new stratagems that would enable them to win the next battle. What happened in the cognitive revolution? The ability to transmit larger quantities information about the world surrounding Homo sapiens that will result in planning and carrying out complex actions such as avoiding lions and hunting bisons. The new ability to transmit larger quantities of information about sapiens' social relationships that will result in larger and more cohesive groups numbering up to 150 individuals. The ability to transmit information about things that do not really exist, such as tribal spirits, nations, limited liability companies, and human rights, that will result in cooperation between very large numbers of strangers and rapid innovation of social behavior. History and biology. The immense diversity of imagined realities that sapiens invented and the resulting diversity of behavior pattern are the main components of what we call cultures. Once cultures appeared, they never cease to change and develop, and these unstoppable alterations are what we call history. The cognitive revolution is accordingly the point when history declared its independence from biology. Until the cognitive revolution, the doings of all human species belong to the realm of biology, or, if you so prefer, prehistory. I tend to avoid the term prehistory because it wrongly implies that even before the cognitive revolution, humans were in a category of their own. From the cognitive revolution onwards, historical narratives replaced biological theories as our primary means of explaining the development of Homo sapiens. To understand the rise of Christianity or the French Revolution, it is not enough to comprehend the interactions of genes, hormones, and organisms. It is necessary to take into account the interactions of ideas, images, and fantasies as well. This does not mean that Homo sapiens and human culture became exempt from biological laws. We are still animals, and our physical, emotional, and cognitive abilities are still shaped by our DNA. Our societies are built from the same building blocks as Neanderthal or chimpanzees societies, and are the more we examine these building blocks, sensations, emotions, family ties, the less difference we find between us and other apes. It is, however, a mistake to look for the differences at the level of individual or the family. We are embarrassingly similar to chimpanzees. Significant differences begin to appear only when we cross the threshold of 150 individuals, and when we reach 1,000 to 2,000 individuals. The differences are astounding. If you try to bunch together thousands of chimpanzees into Tiananmen Square, or Wall Street, the Vatican, or the headquarters of the United States, the results would be pandemonium. By contrast, sapiens regularly gather by the thousands in such places. Together, they create orderly patterns, such as trade networks, mass celebrations, and political institutions that they could never have created in isolation. The real difference between us and chimpanzees is the mythical glue that binds together large number of individuals, families and groups. This glue has made us the master of creation. Of course, we also needed other skills, such as the ability to make and use tools. Yet tool making is of little consequence, unless it is coupled with the ability to cooperate with many others. How is it that we now have intercontinental missiles with nuclear warheads, whereas 30,000 years ago we had only sticks with flint spearheads? Psychologically, there has been no significant improvement in our tool-making capacity over the last 30,000 years. Albert Einstein was far less dexterous with his hands than was an ancient hunter-gatherer. However, our capacity to cooperate with large numbers of strangers has improved dramatically. The ancient flint spearheads was manufactured in minutes by a single person who relied on the advice and help of a few intimate friends. The production of a modern nuclear warhead requires the cooperation of millions of strangers all over the world, from the workers who mine the uranium ore in the depths of the earth to theoretical physicists who write long mathematical formulas to describe the interactions of subatomic particles. To summarize the relationship between biology and history after the cognitive revolution, biology sets the basic parameters for the behavior and capacity of Homo sapiens. The whole of history takes place within the bounds of this biological arena. However, this arena is extraordinarily large, allowing sapiens to play an astounding variety of games thanks to their ability to invent fiction. Sapiens create more and more complex games, which each generation develops and elaborates even further. Consequently, in order to understand how sapiens behave, we must describe the historical evolution of their actions, referring only to our biological constraints. Would be like a radio sportscaster who, attending the World Cup football championship, offer his listeners a detailed description of the playing field rather than an account of what the players are doing. What games did our Stone Age ancestors play in the arena of history? As far as we know, the people who carved the Staddle Line Man some 30,000 years ago had the same physical, emotional, and intellectual abilities we have. What did they do when they woke up in the morning? What did they eat for breakfast and lunch? What were their societies like? Did they have monogamous relationships and nuclear families? Did they have ceremonies, moral codes, sports, contests, and religious rituals? Did they fight wars? The next chapter takes a peek behind the curtain of the ages, examining what life was like in the millennia, separating the cognitive revolution from the agricultural revolution, here and in the following pages. When speaking about sapiens language, I refer to the basic linguistic abilities of our species and not to a particular dialect. English, Hindi, and Chinese are all variants of sapiens language. Apparently, even at the time of the cognitive revolution, different sapiens groups had different dialects. Chapter 3. A Day in the Life of Adam and Eve. To understand our nature, history, and psychology, we must get inside the heads of our hunter-gatherers ancestors. For nearly the entire history of our species, sapiens lived as foragers. The past 200 years, during which ever-increasing numbers of sapiens have obtained their daily bread and urban laborers and office workers, and the preceding 10,000 years, during which most sapiens lived as farmers and herders, are the blink of an eye compared to the tens of thousands of years during which our ancestors hunted and gathered. The flourishing field of evolutionary psychology argues that many of our present-day social and psychological characteristics were shaped during this long pre-agricultural era. Even today, scholars in the field claim our brains and minds are adapted to a life of hunting and gathering. Our eating habits, our conflicts, and our sexuality are all the result of the way our hunter-gatherer minds interact with our current post-industrial environment, with its mega-cities, aeroplanes, telephones, and computers. This environment gives us more material resources and longer lives than those enjoyed by any previous generation. But it often makes us feel alienated, depressed, and pressured. To understand why, evolutionary psychologists argue we need to delve into the hunter-gatherer world that shapes us, the world that we subconsciously still inhabit. Why? For example, do people gorge on high-calorie food that is doing little good to their bodies? Today's affluent societies are in the throes of a plague of obesity, which is rapidly spreading to developing countries. It's a puzzle why we binge on the sweetest and greasiest food we can find until we consider the eating habits of our foragers forebears in the savanna and forest. They inhabited high-calorie sweet were extremely rare and food in general was in short supply. A typical forager 30,000 years ago had access to only one type of sweet food, that is ripe food. If a Stone Age woman came across a tree groaning with figs, the most sensible thing to do was to eat as many of them as she could on the spot before the local baboon band picked the tree bare. The instinct to gorge on high-calorie food was hardwired into our genes. Today we may be living in high-rise apartments with overstuffed refrigerators, but our DNA still thinks we are in the savannah. That's what makes us spoon down an entire tub of Ben and Jerry's when we find one in the freezer and wash it down with a jumbo Coke. This gorging gene theory is widely accepted. Other theories are far more contentious. For example, some evolutionary psychologists argue that ancient foraging bands were not composed of nuclear families centered on monogamous couples. Rather, foragers lived in communes devoid of private property, monogamous relationships, and even fatherhood. In such a band, a woman could have sex and form intimate bonds with several men and women simultaneously, and all of the band's adults cooperated in parenting its children. Since no man knew definitely which of the children were his, men showed equal concern for all youngsters. Such a social structure is not an Aquarian utopia. It's well documented among animals, notably our closest relatives, the chimpanzees and bonobos. There are even a number of present-day human cultures in which collective fatherhood is practiced, as for example among the Bari Indians. According to the beliefs of such societies, a child is not born from the sperm of a single man, but from the accumulation of sperm in a woman's womb. A good mother will make a point of having sex with several different men, especially when she is pregnant, so that her child will enjoy the qualities and paternal care not merely of the best hunter, but also of the best storyteller, the strongest warrior, and the most considerate lover. If this sounds silly, bear in mind that before the development of modern embryological studies, people had no solid evidence that babies are always sired by a single father rather than by men. The proponents of this ancient commune theory argue that the frequent infidelities that characterize modern marriages, and the high rates of divorce, not to mention the cornucopia of psychological complexes from which both children and adults suffer, all result from forcing humans to live in nuclear families and monogamous relationships that are incompatible with our biological software. Many scholars vehemently reject this theory, insisting that both monogamy and the forming of nuclear families are core human behaviors. Though ancient hunter-gatherers societies tended to be more communal and egalitarian than modern societies, these researchers argue they were nevertheless comprised of separate cells, each containing a jealous couple and the children they had in common. This is why today monogamous relationships and nuclear families are the norm in the vast majority of cultures, where men and women tend to be very possessive of their partners and children, and why even in modern states such as North Korea and Syria, political authority passes from father to son. In order to resolve this controversy and understand our sexuality, society, and politics, we need to learn something about the living conditions of our ancestors. To examine how sapiens lived between the cognitive revolution of 70,000 years ago and the start of the agricultural revolution about 12,000 years ago. Unfortunately, there are few certainties regarding the lives of our forester ancestors. The debate between the ancient commune and eternal monogamy schools is based on flimsy evidence. We obviously have no written records from the age of foragers, and archaeological evidence consists mainly of fossilized bones and stone tools. Artifacts made of more perishable materials such as wood, bamboo, or leather survive only under unique conditions. The common impression that pre-agricultural humans lived in an age of stone is a misconception based on this archaeological bias. The Stone Age should more accurately be called the Wood Age, because most of the tools used by ancient hunter-gatherers were made of wood. Any reconstruction of the lives of ancient hunter-gatherers from the surviving artifacts is extremely problematic. One of the most glaring differences between the ancient foragers and their agricultural and industrial descendants is that foragers had very few artifacts to begin with, and these played a comparatively modest role in their lives over the course of his or her life. A typical member of modern affluent society will own several million artifacts, from cars and houses to disposable nappies and milk cartons. There's hardly an activity, a belief, or even an emotion that is not mediated by objects of our own devising. Our eating habits are mediated by a mind-boggling collection of such items, from spoons and glasses to genetic engineering labs and gigantic ocean-going ships. In play, we use a plethora of toys, from plastic cards to one-lakh-seater stadiums. Our romantic and sexual relations are accounted by rings, beds, nice clothes, sexy underwear, condoms, fashionable restaurants, cheap motels, airports, lingerie, bedding halls, and catering companies. Religions bring the sacred into our lives with Gothic churches, Muslim mosques, Hindu ashrams, Torah scrolls, Tibetan prayer, wheels, peace tree cassocs, candles, incense, Christmas trees, Madja balls, tombstones, and icons. We hardly notice how ubiquitous our stuff is until we have to move it to a new house. Foragers moved house every month, every week, and sometimes even every day, toting whatever they had on their backs. There were no moving companies, wagons, or even pack animals to share the burden. They consequently had to make do with only the most essential possessions. It's reasonable to presume then that the greater part of their mental, religious, and emotional lives was conducted without the help of artifacts. An archaeologist working 1 lakh years from now could piece together a reasonable picture of Muslim belief and practice from the myriad objects he unearthed in a ruined mosque. But we are largely at a loss in trying to comprehend the belief and rituals of ancient hunter-gatherers. It's much the same dilemma that a future historian would face if he had to depict the social world of 21st century teenagers solely on the basis of their surviving style mail, since no records will remain of their phone conversations, emails, blogs, and text messages. Our reliance on artifacts builders bias on account of ancient hunter-gatherer lives. One way to remedy this is to look at modern forager society. These can be studied directly by anthropological observation, but there are good reasons to be very careful in extrapolating from modern foragers societies to ancient ones. Firstly, all forager societies that have survived into the modern era have been influenced by neighboring agricultural and industrial societies. Consequently, it is risky to assume that what is true of them was also true tens of thousands of years ago. Secondly, modern foragers societies have survived mainly in areas with difficult climatic conditions and inhospitable terrain ill-suited for agriculture. Societies that have adapted to the extreme conditions of places such as the Kalahari Desert in southern Africa may well provide a very misleading model for understanding ancient societies in fertile areas such as the Yangtze River Valley. In particular, population density in an area like the Kalahari Desert is far lower than it was around the ancient Yangtze, and this has far-reaching implications for key questions about the size and structure of human bands and the relations between them. Thirdly, the most notable characteristic of hunter-gatherer societies is how different they are one from the other. They differ not only from one part of the world to another, but even in the same region. One good example is the huge variety the first European settlers found among the Aborigine peoples of Australia just before the British conquest. Between 3 lakh and 7 lakh, 3 lakh and 7 lakh hunter-gatherers lived on the continent in 200 to 600 tribes, each of which was further divided into several bands. Each tribe has its own language, religion, norms, and customs. Living around what is now Adelaide in southern Australia were several patrilineal clans that reckoned descent from the father's side. These clans bonded together into tribes on a strictly territorial basis. In contrast, some tribes in northern Australia gave more importance to a person's maternal ancestry and a person's tribal identity depend on his or her totem rather than his territory. It stands to reason that the ethnic and cultural variety among ancient hunter-gatherers was equally impressive, and that the 5 million to 8 million foragers who populated the world on the eve of the agricultural revolution were divided into thousands of separate tribes with thousands of different languages and culture. This, after all, was one of the main legacies of cognitive revolution. Thanks to the appearance of fiction, even people with the same genetic makeup who lived under similar ecological conditions were able to create very different imagined realities which manifested themselves in different norms and values. For example, there is every reason to believe that a forager band that lived 30,000 years ago on the spot where Oxford University now stands would have spoken a different language from one living where Cambridge is now situated. One band might have been belligerent, and the other peaceful. Perhaps the Cambridge band was communal, while the one at Oxford was based on nuclear families. The Cantabrian might have spent long hours carving wooden statues of their guardian spirits, whereas the Oxonians may have worshipped through dance. The former perhaps believed in reincarnation, while the latter thought this was nonsense. In one society, homosexual relationships might have been accepted, while in the other they were taboo. In other words, while anthropological observations of modern foragers can help us understand some of the possibilities available to ancient foragers, the ancient horizon of possibilities was much broader, and most of it is hidden from our view. The heated debates about Homo sapiens' natural way of life miss the main point. Ever since the cognitive revolution, there has not been a single natural way of life for sapiens. There are only cultural choices from among a bewildering palette of possibilities. The original affluent society. What generalization can be made about life in a pre-agricultural world? Nevertheless, it seems safe to say that the vast majority of people lived in small bands, numbering several dozens or at most several hundred individuals, and that all these individuals were humans. It is important to note that this last point, because it is far from being obvious. Most members of agriculture and industrial societies are domesticated animals. They are not equals to their masters, of course, but they are members all the same. Today, the society called New Zealand is composed of 4.5 million sapiens and 50 million sheep. There are just one exception of this general rule, the dog. The dog was the first animal domesticated by Homo sapiens, and this occurred before the agricultural revolution. Experts disagree about the exact date, but we have incontrovertible evidence of domesticated dogs from about 15,000 years ago. They may have joined the human pack thousands of years earlier. Dogs were used for hunting and fighting, and as an alarm system against wild beasts and human intruders. With the passing of generations, the two species co-evolved to communicate well with each other. Dogs that were most attentive to the needs and feelings of their human companions got extra food and care, and were more likely to survive. Simultaneously, dogs learned to manipulate people for their own needs. A 15,000-year bond has yielded a much deeper understanding and affection between humans and dogs than between humans and any other animal. In some cases, dead dogs were even buried ceremoniously, much like humans. Members of a band knew each other very intimately and were surrounded throughout their lives by friends and relatives. Loneliness and privacy were there. Neighboring bands probably competed for resources and even fought one another, but they had also had friendly contacts. They exchanged members, hunted together, traded their luxuries, cemented political alliances, and celebrated religious festivals. Such cooperation was one of the important trademarks of Homo sapiens and gave it a crucial edge over other human species. Sometimes relations with neighboring bands were tight enough that together they constituted a single tribe, sharing a common language, common myths, and common norms and values. Overestimate the importance of such external relations, even if, in times of crisis, neighboring bands drew closer together, and even if they occasionally gathered to hunt or feast together, they still spent the vast majority of their time in complete isolation and independence. Trade was mostly limited to prestige items such as cells, amber, and pigments. There is no evidence that people traded staple goods like fruits and meats, or that the existence of one band depended on the importing of goods from another. Socio-political relations too tended to be sporadic. The tribe did not serve as a permanent political framework, and even if it has seasonal meetings places, there are no permanent towns or institutions. The average person lived many months without seeing or hearing a human from outside of her own band, and she encountered throughout her life no more than a few hundred humans. The sapiens population was thinly spread over vast territories. Before the agricultural revolution, the human population of the entire planet was smaller than that of the today's Cairo. Here is a picture uh, of first pet, a 12,000 years old tomb found in northern Israel. It contains the skeleton of a 50-year-old woman next to that of a puppy, bottom left corner. The puppy was buried close to the woman's head. Her left hand is resting on the dog in a way that might indicate an emotional connection. There are, of course, other possible explanations. Perhaps, for example, the puppy was a gift to the gatekeeper of the next world. Most sapiens bands lived on the boat, roaming from place to place in search of food. Their movements were influenced by the changing regions, the annual migrations of animals, and the growth cycles of plants. They usually traveled back and forth across the same home territory, an area of between several dozens and many hundreds of square kilometers. Occasionally bands wandered outside their turf and explored new lands, whether due to natural calamities, violent conflicts, demographic pressure, or the initiative of a charismatic leader. These wanderings were the engine of human worldwide expansion. If a forager band split once every 40 years and its splinter group migrated to a new territory 100 kilometers to the east, the distance from East Africa to China would have been covered in about 10,000 years. In some exceptional cases, when food sources were particularly rich, bands settled down in seasonal and even permanent camps. Techniques for drying, smoking, and freezing food also made it possible to stay put for longer period. Most importantly, alongside seas and rivers, rich in seafood and waterfowls, humans set up permanent fishing villages, the first permanent settlement in history, long predating the agricultural revolution. Fishing villages might have appeared on the coast of Indonesian island as early as 45,000 years ago. These may have been the base from which Homo sapiens launched its first transoceanic enterprise, the invasion of Australia. In most habitats, sapiens bands fed themselves in an elastic and opportunistic fashion. They scrounged for termites, picked berries, dug for roots, stalked rabbits, and hunted bisons and mammoths. Notwithstanding the popular image of man, the hunter, gathering was sapiens' main activity, and it provided most of their calories as well as raw materials such as flint, wood, and bamboo. Sapiens did not forage only for food and materials. They foraged for knowledge as well. To survive, they needed a detailed mental map of their territory to maximize the efficiency of their daily search for food. They required information about the growth patterns of each plant and the habits of each animal. They needed to know which foods were nourishing, which made you sick, and how to use others as cures. They needed to know the progress of the seasons and what warning signs preceded a thunderstorm or a dry spell. They studied every stream, every walnut tree, every bear cave, and every flint stone deposit in their vicinity. Each individual had to understand how to make a stone knife, how to mend a torn clock, how to lay a rabbit trap, and how to face avalanches, snake bites, or hungry lions. Mastery of each of these many skills required years of apprenticeship and practice. The average ancient forager could turn a flint stone into a spear point within minutes. When we try to imitate this feat, we usually fail miserably. Most of us lack expert knowledge of the flaking properties of flint and basalt and the fine motor skills needed to work them precisely. In other words, the average forager had wider, deeper, and more varied knowledge of her immediate surroundings than most of her modern descendants today. Most people in industrial societies don't need to know much about the natural world in order to survive. What do you really need to know in order to get by as a computer engineer, an insurance agent, a history teacher, or a factory worker? You need to know a lot about your own tiny field of expertise. But for the vast majority of life's necessities, you rely blindly on the help of other experts, whose own knowledge is also limited to a tiny field of expertise. The human collective knows far more today than did the ancient bands, but at the individual level, ancient foragers were the most knowledgeable and skillful people in history. There is some evidence that the size of the average sapiens brains have actually decreased since the age of foraging. Survival in that era required superb mental abilities from everyone. When agriculture and industry came along, people could increasingly rely on the skills of others for survival, and new niches for imbeciles were opened up. You could survive and pass your unremarkable genes to the next generation by working as a water carrier or an assembly line worker. Foragers mastered not only the surrounding world of animals, plants, and objects, but also the internal world of their own bodies and senses. They listened to the slightest movement in the grass to learn whether a snake might be lurking there. They carefully observed the foliage of trees in order to discover fruits, beehives, and bird nests. They moved with a minimum of efforts and noise, and knew how to sit, walk, and run in the most agile and efficient manner. Varied and constant use of their bodies made them as fit as marathon runners. They had physical dexterity that people today are unable to achieve even after years of practicing yoga or Tai Chi. The hunter-gatherer way of life differed significantly from region to region and from season to season. But on the whole, foragers seem to have enjoyed a more comfortable and rewarding lifestyle than most of the peasants, shepherds, laborers, and office clerks who followed in their footsteps, while people in today's affluent societies work on an average of 40 to 45 hours a week, and people in the developing world work 60 and even 80 hours a week. Hunter-gatherers living today in the most inhospitable of habitats, such as the Kalahari Desert, work on average for just 35 to 45 hours a week. They hunt only one day out of three, and gatherings takes up just 3 to 6 hours daily. In normal times, this is enough to feed the band. It may well be that ancient hunter-gatherers living in zones more fertile than the Kalahari spent even less time obtaining food and raw materials. On top of that, foragers enjoyed a lighter load of household chores. They had no dishes to wash, no carpets to vacuum, no floors to polish, no nappies to change, and no bills to pay. The foragers' economy provided most people with more interesting lives than agriculture or industry do. Today, a Chinese factory hand leaves home around 7 in the morning. Today's makes her way through polluted streets to a sweatshop, and there operates the same machine in the same way day in day out for 10 long and mind-numbing hours, returning home around 7 in the evening in order to wash dishes and do the laundry. 30 thousand years ago, a Chinese forager might leave camp with her companion at, say, 8 in the morning. They had roamed the nearby forest and meadows, gathering mushrooms, digging up edible roots, catching frogs, and occasionally away from tigers. By early morning, early afternoon, they were back at the camp to make lunch. That left them plenty of time to gossip, tell stories, play with the children, and just hang out. Of course, the tigers sometimes caught them, or a snake bite them. But on the other hand, they did not have to deal with automobile accidents and industrial pollution. In most places and at most times, foraging provided ideal nutrition. That is hardly surprising. This had been the human diet for hundreds of thousands of years, and the human body was well adapted to it. Evidence from fossilized skeletons indicates that ancient foragers were less likely to suffer from starvation or malnutrition, and were generally taller and healthier than their peasant descendants. Average life expectancy was apparently just 30 to 40 years, but this was due largely to the high incidence of child mortality. Children who made it through the perilous first year had a good chance of reaching the age of 60, and some even made it to their 80s. Among modern foragers, 45-year-old women can expect to live another 20 years, and about 5 to 8% of the population is over 60. The foragers' secrets of success, which protected them from starvation and malnutrition, was their varied diet. Farmers tend to eat a very limited and unbalanced diet, especially in pre-modern times. Most of the calories feeding an agricultural population came from a single crop, such as wheat, potatoes, or rice, that lacks some of the vitamins, minerals, and other nutritional materials humans need. The typical peasants in traditional China ate rice for breakfast, rice for lunch, and rice for dinner. If she were lucky, she could expect to eat the same on the following day. By contrast, ancient foragers regularly ate dozens of different foodstuffs. The peasant's ancient ancestors, the forager, may have eaten berries and mushrooms for breakfast, fruits, snail and turtle for lunch, and rabbit steak with wild onion for dinner. Tomorrow's menu might have been completely different. This variety ensured that the ancient foragers received all the necessary nutrients. Furthermore, by not being dependent on any single kind of food, they were less liable to suffer when one particular food source failed. Agricultural societies are ravaged by famine when drought, fire, or earthquake devastates the annual rise of potato crop. Forager societies were hardly immune to natural disasters and suffered from periods of want and hunger, but they were usually able to deal with such calamities more easily. But if they lost some of their staple foodstuff, they could gather or hunt other species or move to a less affected area. Ancient foragers also suffered less from infectious diseases. Most of infectious diseases that have plagued agriculture and industrial societies, such as smallpox, measles, and tuberculosis, originated in domesticated animals and were transferred to humans only after the agricultural revolution. Ancient foragers who had domesticated only dogs were free of these scourges. Moreover, most people in agricultural and industrial societies lived in dense, unhygienic permanent settlements, ideal hotbeds for disease. Foragers roamed the land in small bands that could not sustain epidemics. The wholesome and varied diet, the relatively short working week, and the variety of infectious diseases have led many experts to define pre-agricultural forager societies as the original affluent society. It would be a mistake, however, to idealize the lives of these ancients, though they lived better lives than most people in agriculture, cultural and industrial societies. Their world could still be harsh and unforgiving. Periods of Want and hardship were not uncommon. Child mortality was high, and an accident, which would be minor today, could easily become a death sentence. Most people probably enjoyed the close intimacy of the roaming band, but those unfortunates who incurred the hostility or mockery of their fellow band members probably suffered terribly. Modern foragers occasionally abandon and even kill old or disabled people who cannot keep up with the band. Unwanted babies and children may be slain, and there are even cases of religiously inspired human sacrifice. The Aki people, hunter-gatherers who lived in the jungles of Paraguay until the 1960s, offer a glimpse into the darker side of foresting. When a valued band member died, the Aki customarily killed a little girl and buried the two together. Anthropologists who interviewed the Aki recorded a case in which a band abandoned a middle-aged man who fell sick and was unable to keep up with the others. He was left under a tree, vultures perched above him, expecting a healthy meal, but the man recuperated and walking briskly. He managed to rejoin the band. His body was covered with the bird's feces, so he was henceforth nicknamed Buster Droppings. When an old ex-woman became a burden to the rest of the band, one of the younger men would sneak behind her and kill her with an axe blow to the head. An aged man told the inquisitive anthropologist stories of his prime years in the jungle. I customarily killed old women. I used to kill my aunts. The women were afraid of me. Now here with the whites, I have become weak. Babies born without hair, who were considered underdeveloped, were killed immediately. One woman recalled that her first baby girl was killed because the man in the band did not want another girl. On another occasion, a man killed a small boy because he was in a bad mood and the child was crying. Another child was buried alive because it was funny looking and the other children laughed at it. We should be careful, though, not to judge the Aki too quickly. Anthropologists who lived with them for years wrote that violence between adults was very rare. Both women and men were free to change partners at will. They smiled and laughed constantly, had no leadership hierarchy, and generally shunned domineering people. They were extremely generous with their few possessions and were not obsessed with success or wealth. The things they valued most in life were good social interactions and high-quality friendships. They viewed the killing of children, sick people, and the elderly as many people today view abortion and euthanasia. It should also be noted that the Achi were hunted and killed without mercy by Paraguayan farmers. The need to evade their enemies probably caused the Achi to adopt an exceptionally harsh attitude towards anyone who might become a liability to the band. The truth is that Achi society, like every human society, was very complex. We should beware of demonizing or idealizing it on the basis of superficial acquaintance. The Ashi were neither angels nor fiends. They were humans, so too were the ancient hunter-gatherers. Talking Ghost. What can we say about the spiritual and mental life of the ancient hunter-gatherer? The basics of the fossil economy can be reconstructed with some confidence, based on quantifiable and objective factors. For example, we can calculate how many calories per day a person needed in order to survive, how many calories were obtained from a kilogram of walnuts, and how many walnuts could be gathered from a square kilometer of forest. With this data, we can make an educated guess from the relative importance of walnuts in their diet. But did they consider walnut a delicacy or a humdrum staple? Did they believe that walnut trees were inhabited by spirits? Did they find walnut leaves pretty? If a forager boy wanted to take a forager girl to a romantic spot, did the shade of a walnut tree suffice? The word of thought, belief, and feelings is by definition far more difficult to decipher. Most scholars agree that animistic beliefs were common among ancient foragers. Animism, from anima, soul or spirit in Latin, is the belief that almost every place, every animal, every plant and every natural phenomenon has awareness and feelings and can communicate directly with humans. Thus animists may believe that the big rock at the top of the hill has desires and needs. The rock might be angry about something that people did and rejoice over some other action. The rock might admonish people or ask for favors. Humans, for their part, can address the rock to modify or threaten it. Not only the rock but also the oak tree at the bottom of the hill is an animated being, and so is the stream flowing below the hill, the spring in the forest clearing, the bushes growing around it, the path to the clearing, and the field mice. Field mice, voles and crows that drink there. In the animist world, objects and living things are not the only animated beings. There are also immaterial entities, the spirits of the dead and friendly and malevolent beings, the kind that we today call demons, fairies, and angels. Animists believe that there is no barrier between humans and other beings. They can all communicate directly through speech, song, dance, and ceremony. A hunter may address a herd of deer and ask them one of them sacrifice itself. If the hunt succeed, the hunter may ask the dead animal to forgive him. When someone falls sick, a shaman can contact the spirit that caused the sickness and try to pacify it or scare it away, if need be. The shaman may ask for help from other spirits. What characterizes all these acts of communication is that the entities being addressed are local beings. They are not universal gods, but rather a particular deer, a particular tree, a particular stream, a particular ghost. Just as there is no barrier between humans and other beings, neither is there a strict hierarchy. Non-human entities do not exist merely to provide for the needs of humans, nor are they all powerful gods who run the world as they wish. The world does not revolve around humans or around any other particular group of beings. Animism is not a specific religion. It is a generic name for thousands of very different religions, cults, and beliefs. What makes all of them animist is this common approach to the world and to man's place in it. Saying that ancient foragers were probably animist is like saying that pre-modern agriculturists were mostly theists. Theism, from theos, God in Greek, is the view that the universal order is based on a hierarchical relationship between humans and a small group of ethereal entities called God. It is certainly true to say that pre-modern agriculturists tended to be theists, but it does not teach us much about the particulars. The generic rubric theist covers Jewish rabbis from 18th century Poland, witch-burning Puritans from 17th century Massachusetts, Aztec priests from 15th century Mexico, Sufi mystics from 12th century Iran, 10th century Viking warriors, 2nd century Roman legionnaires, and 1st century Chinese bureaucrats. Each of these viewed the other's beliefs and practices as weird and heretical. The differences between the beliefs and practices of groups of animistic foragers were probably just as big. The religious experience may have been turbulent and filled with controversies, reforms and revolutions. But these cautious generalizations are about as far as we can go. Any attempt to describe the specifics of archaic spirituality is highly speculative. There is next to no evidence to go by, and the little evidence we have are as there is a handful of artifacts and cave paintings can be interpreted in myriad ways. The theories of scholars who claim to know what the forgers said much more light on the prejudices of their authors than on Stone Age religions. Instead of erecting mountains of theory over a molehill of tomb relics, cave paintings, and bone statues, it is better to be frank and admit that we have only the haziest notions about the religions of ancient forgers. We assume that they were animist, but that's not very informative. We don't know which spirit they prayed to, which festivals they celebrated, or which taboos they observed. Most importantly, we don't know what stories they told. It's one of the biggest holes in our understanding of human history. The socio-political world of the forgers is another area about which we know next to nothing, as explained above. Scholars cannot even agree on the basics, such as the existence of private property, nuclear families, and monogamous relationships. It's likely that different bands had different structures. Some may have been as hierarchical, tense, and violent as the nastiest chimpanzees group, while others were as laid back, peaceful, and lascivious as a bunch of bonobos. A painting. Here is a picture of a painting from Lascaux Cave, 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. What exactly do we see? And what is the painting's meaning? Some argue that we see a man with the head of a bird and an erect penis being killed by a bison. Beneath the man is another bird, which might symbolize the soul released from the body at the moment of death. If so, the picture depicts not a prosaic hunting accident, but rather the passage from this world to the next. But we have no way of knowing whether any of these speculations are true. It's a raw sack test that reveals much about the preconceptions of modern scholars and little about the beliefs of ancient foragers. In Sungir, Russia, archaeologists discovered in 1955 a 30,000-year-old burial site belonging to a mammoth hunting culture. In one grave, they found the skeleton of a 50-year-old man covered with strings of mammoth ivory beads, containing about 3,000 beads in total. On the dead man's head was a hat decorated with fox teeth, and on his wrist 25 ivory bracelets. Other graves from the same site contained far fewer goods. Scholars deduced that the Sungir mammoth hunter lived in a hierarchical society and that the dead man was perhaps a leader of a band or of an entire tribe comprising several bands. It is unlikely that a few dozen members of a single band could have produced so many great goods by themselves. There is a picture of hunter-gatherers made these handprints about 9,000 years ago in the Hands Cave in Argentina. It looks as if these long dead hands are reaching towards us from within the rock. This is one of the most moving relics of the ancient forager world, but nobody knows what it means. Archaeologists then discovered an even more interesting tomb. It contained two skeletons, buried head to head. One belonged to a boy aged about 12 or 13, and the other to a girl of about 9 or 10. The boy was covered with 5,000 ivory beads. He wore a fox-toothed hat and a belt with 250 fox teeth. At least 60 foxes had to have their teeth pulled to get that many. The girl was adorned with 5,250 eyeball beads. Both children were surrounded by statues and various eyeball objects. A skilled craftsman or craftswoman probably needed about 45 minutes to prepare a single eyeball bead. In other words, fastening the 10,000 eyeball beads that covered the two children, not to mention the other objects, required some 77,500 hours of delicate work. Well, over 3 years of labor by an experienced artisan. It is highly unlikely that at such a young age the Sungir children had proved themselves as leaders or mammoth hunters. Only cultural beliefs can explain why they received such an extravagant burial. One theory is that they owed their rank to their parents. Perhaps they were the children of the leader, in a culture that believed in either family charisma or strict rules of succession. According to a second theory, the children had been identified at birth as the incarnation of some long dead spirits. A third theory argues that the children's burial reflects the way they died rather than their status in life. They were ritually sacrificed, perhaps as part of the burial rites of the leader, and then entombed with pomp and circumstances. Whatever the correct answer, the Sungir children are among the best pieces of evidence that 30,000 years ago, Sapiens could invent socio-political codes that went far beyond the dictates of our DNA and the behavior pattern of other humans and animal species, peace or war. Finally, there is the thorny question of the role of war in foragers' society. Some scholars imagine ancient hunter-gatherer societies as peaceful paradises and argue that war and violence began only with the agricultural revolution, when people started to accumulate private property. Other scholars maintain that the world of the ancient foragers was exceptionally cruel and violent. Both schools of thought are castles in the air, connected to the ground by the thin strings of meager archaeological remains and anthropological observations of present-day foragers. The anthropological evidence is intriguing but very problematic. Foragers today live mainly in isolated and inhospitable areas, such as the Arctic or the Kalahari, where population density is very low and opportunities to fight other people are limited. Moreover, in recent generations, foragers have been increasingly subject to the authority of modern states, which prevent the eruption of large-scale conflicts. European scholars have had only two opportunities to observe large and relatively dense populations of independent foragers in northwestern North America in the 19th century and in northern Australia during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Both Amerindian and Aboriginal Australian culture witnessed frequent armed conflicts. It is debatable, however, whether this represents a timeless condition or the impact of European imperialism. The archaeological findings are both scarce and opaque. What telltale clues might remain of any war that took place tens of thousands of years ago? There were no fortifications and walls back then, no artillery cells or even swords and shields. An ancient spear point might have been used in war, but it could have been used in a hunt as well. Fossilized human bones are no less hard to interpret. A fracture might indicate a war bound or an accident, nor is the absence of fractures and cuts on an ancient skeleton conclusive proof that the person to whom the skeleton belonged did not die a violent death. Death can be caused by trauma to soft tissue that leaves no marks on bone. Even more importantly, during pre-industrial warfare, more than 90% of war dead were killed by starvation, cold and disease, rather than by weapons. Imagine that 30,000 years ago, one tribe defeated its neighbor and expelled it from coveted foraging grounds. In the decisive battle, 10 members of the defeated tribe were killed. In the following year, another 100 members of the losing tribe died from starvation, cold, and disease. Archaeologists who come across skeletons these skeletons may too easily conclude that most fell victim to some natural disaster. How would we be able to tell that they were all victims of a merciless war? Duly warned, we can now turn to the archaeological findings. In Portugal, a survey was made of 400 skeletons from the period immediately predating the agricultural revolution. Only 2 skeletons showed clear marks of violence. A similar survey of 400 skeletons from the same period in Israel discovered a single crack in a single skull that could be attributed to human violence. A third survey of 400 skeletons from various pre-agricultural sites in the Danube Valley found evidence of violence on 18 skeletons. 18 out of 400 may not sound like a lot, but it's actually a very high percentage. If all 18 indeed died violently, it means that 4.5% of deaths in the ancient Danube Valley were caused by human violence. Today, the global average is only 1.5%, taking war and crime together. During the 20th century, only 5% of human deaths resulted from human violence, and this in a century that saw the bloodiest wars and most massive genocides in history. If this revelation is typical, the ancient Danube Valley was as violent as the 20th century. The depressing findings from the Danube Valley are supported by a string of equally depressing findings from other areas. At Jabal Sahaba in Sudan, a 12,000-year-old cemetery containing 59 skeletons was discovered. Arrowheads and spear points were found embedded in or lying near the bones of 24 skeletons, 40% of the find. The skeleton of one woman revealed 12 injuries. In Osnat Cave in Bavaria, archaeologists discovered the remains of 38 foragers, mainly women and children, who had been thrown into 2 burial pits. Half the skeleton, including those of children and babies, bore clear signs of damage by human weapons such as clubs and knives. The few skeletons belonging to mature males bore the worst marks of violence. In all probability, an entire forager band was massacred at Osnat, which better represent the world of the ancient foragers. The peaceful skeletons from Israel and Portugal, or the abortoirs of Jabal Sahaba and Osnat. The answer is neither. Just as foragers exhibited a wide array of religions and social structures, so too did they probably demonstrate a variety of violence rates. While some areas and some periods of time may have enjoyed peace and tranquility, others were riven by ferocious conflicts. The curtain of silence. If the larger picture of ancient forager life is hard to reconstruct, particular events are largely irretrievable. When a Sapiens band first entered a valley inhabited by Neanderthals, the following years might have witnessed a breathtaking historical drama. Unfortunately, nothing would have survived from such an encounter except, at best, a few fossilized bones and a handful of stone tools that remain mute under the most intense scholarly inquisitions. We may extract from them information about human anatomy, human technology, human diet, and perhaps even human social structure, but they reveal nothing about the political alliance forged between neighboring Sapiens band, about the spirits of the dead that blessed this alliance, or about the ivory wheel secretly given to the local witch doctor in order to secure the blessings of the spirits. This curtain of silence surrounds tens of thousands of years of history. These long millennia may well have witnessed wars and revolutions, ecstatic religious movements, profound philosophical theories, incomparable artistic masterpieces. The forgers may have had their all-conquering Napoleons, who ruled empires half the size of Luxembourg, gifted Beethovens, who direct symphony orchestras, but brought people to tears with the sound of their bamboo flutes, and charismatic prophets who revealed the words of a local oak tree rather than those of a universal creator God. But these are all mere guesses. The curtain of silence is so thick that we cannot even be sure such things occurred, let alone describe them in detail. Scholars tend to ask only those questions that they can reasonably expect to answer. Without the discovery of as yet unavailable research tools, we will probably never look what the ancient foragers believed or what political dramas they experienced. Yet it is vital to ask questions for which no answers are available. Otherwise, we might be tempted to dismiss 60,000 of 70,000 years of human history with the excuse that the people who lived back they did nothing of importance. The truth is that they did a lot of important things. In particular, they saved the world around us to a much larger degree than most people realize. Trekkers visiting the Siberian tundra, the deserts of Central Australia and the Amazonian rainforest believe that they have entered pristine landscapes, virtually untouched by human hands, but that's an illusion. The forgers were there before us, and they brought about dramatic changes even in the densest jungles and most desolate wilderness. The next chapter explains how the forgers completely reshaped the ecology of our planet long before the first agricultural village was built. The wandering bands of storytelling sapiens were the most important and most destructive force the animal kingdom had ever produced. A horizon of possibilities means the entire spectrum of beliefs, practices, and experiences that are open before a particular society given its ecological, technological, and cultural limitations. Each society and each individual usually explore only a tiny fraction of their horizon of horizon of possibilities. It might be argued that not all 18 ancient Danubians actually died from the violence whose marks can be seen on their remains. Some were only injured. However, this is probably counterbalanced by deaths from trauma to soft tissues and from the invisible deprivations that accompany war. Chapter 4: The Flood. Prior to the cognitive revolutions, humans of all species lived exclusively on the Afro-Asian landmass. 2. They had settled a few islands by swimming short stretches of water or crossing them on improvised rafts. Flores, for example, was colonized as far back as 850,000 years ago, yet they were unable to venture into the open sea, and none reached America, Australia, or remote islands such as Madagascar, New Zealand, and Hawaii. The sea barrier prevented not just humans but also many other Afro-Asian animals and plants from reaching this outer world. As a result, the organisms of distant land like Australia and Madagascar evolved in isolation for millions upon millions of years, taking on shapes and natures very different from those of their distant Afro-Asian relatives. Planet Earth was separated into several distinct ecosystems, each made up of a unique assembly of animals and plants. Homo sapiens was about to put an end to this biological exuberance. Following the cognitive revolution, sapiens acquired the technology, the organizational skill, and perhaps even the vision necessary to break out of Afro-Asia and settle the outer world. Their first achievement was the colonization of Australia, some 45,000 years ago. Experts are hard-pressed to explain this feat. In order to reach Australia, humans had to cross a number of sea channels, some more than 100 kilometers wide, and upon arrival, they had to adapt nearly overnight to a completely new ecosystem. The most reasonable theories suggest that about 45,000 years ago, the sapiens living in the Indonesian archipelago, a group of islands separated from Asia and from each other by only narrow straits, developed the first seafaring societies. They learned how to build and maneuver ocean-going vessels and became long-distance of fishermen, traders, and explorers. This would have brought about an unprecedented transformation in human capabilities and lifestyles. Every other mammals that went to seals, sea cows, dolphins had to evolve for eons to develop specialized organs and a hydrodynamic body. The sapiens in Indonesia, descendants of apes who lived on the African savanna, became Pacific seafarers without growing flippers and without having to wait for their noses to migrate to the top of their heads as whales did. Instead, they built boats and learned how to steer them, and these skills enabled them to reach and settle Australia. Too, archaeologists have yet to unearth rafts or fishing villages that date back as far as 45,000 years ago. They would be difficult to discover because rising sea levels have buried the ancient Indonesian soul lying under 100 meters of ocean. Nevertheless, there is strong circumstantial evidence to support this theory, especially the fact that in the thousands of years following the settlement of Australia, sapiens colonized a large number of small and isolated islands to its north. Some, such as Buka and Manus, were separated from the closest land by 200 kilometers of open water. It's hard to believe that anyone could have reached and colonized Manus without sophisticated vessels and sailing skills. As mentioned earlier, there is also firm evidence for regular sea trade between some of these islands, such as New Ireland and New Britain. The journey of the first humans to Australia is one of the most important events in history. It is as important as Columbus' journey to America or the Apollo 2 expedition to Moon. It was the first time any human had managed to leave the Afro-Asian ecological system. Indeed, the first time any large terrestrial mammals had managed to cross from Afro-Asia to Australia. Of even greater importance was what the human pioneers did in this new world. The moment the first hunter-gatherers set foot on an Australian beach was the moment that Homo sapiens climbed to the top rung in the food chain on a particular landmass and thereafter became the deadliest species in the annals of planet Earth. Up until then, humans had displayed some innovative adaptations and behaviors, but their effect on their environment had been negligible. They had demonstrated remarkable success in moving into and adjusting to various habitats, but they did so without drastically changing those habitats. The settlers of Australia, or more accurately, its conquerors, did not just adapt, they transformed the Australian ecosystem beyond recognition. The first human footprint on a sandy Australian beach was immediately washed away by the waves. Yet, when the invaders advanced inland, they left behind a different footprint, one that would never be expunged. As they pushed on, they encountered a strange universe of unknown creatures that included a 200 kilograms, 2-meter kangaroo, and a marsupial lion, a massive, a modern tiger that was the continent's largest predator. Koalas, far too big to be cuddly and cute, rustled in the trees, and traitorous birds twice the size of ostriches sprinted on the plains. Dragon-like lizards and snakes, 5 meters long, slithered through the undergrowth. The giant diprotodon, a 2.5-ton bomber, roamed the forest. Except for the birds and backpacks, all these animals were marsupials, like kangaroos. They gave birth to tiny, helpless fetus like young, which they then nurtured with milk in abdominal pouches. Marsupial mammals were almost unknown in Africa and Asia, but in Australia they reigned supreme. Within a few thousand years, virtually all of these giants vanished. Of the 24 Australian animal species weighing 50 kilograms or more, 23 became extinct. A large number of smaller species also disappeared. Food chain throughout the entire Australian ecosystem were broken and rearranged. It was the most important transformation of the Australian ecosystem for millions of years. Was it all the effort of Homo sapiens? Guilty as charged. Some scholars try to exonerate our species, placing the blame on the vagaries of the climate, the usual scapegoat in such cases. Yet it is hard to believe that Homo sapiens was completely innocent. There are 3 pieces of evidence that weaken the climate allegory and implicate our ancestors in the extinction of Australian megafauna. Firstly, even though Australia's climate changed some 45,000 years ago, it was not a very remarkable upheaval. It's hard to see how the new weather pattern alone could have caused such a massive extinction. It's common today to explain anything and everything as a result of climate change, but the truth is that Earth's climate never rests. It is in constant flux. Every event in history occurred against the background of some climate change. In particular, our planet has experienced numerous cycles of cooling and warming. During the last million years, there has been an ice age on average every 100 years. The last one ran from about 75,000 to 15,000 years ago. Not unusually severe for an ice age, it had twin peaks, the first about 70,000 years ago and the second at about 20,000 years ago. The giant Diprotodon appeared in Australia more than 1.5 million years ago and successfully weathered at least 10 previous ice ages. It also survived the first peak of the last ice age, around 70,000 years ago. Why then did it disappear 45,000 years ago? Of course, if Diprotodon had been the only large animal to disappear at this time, it might have been just a fluke. But more than 90% of Australia's megafauna disappeared, along with the Diprotodon. The evidence is circumstantial, but it's hard to imagine that sapiens, just by coincidence, arrived in Australia at the precise point that all these animals were dropping dead off the chase. Secondly, when climate change causes mass extinctions, sea creatures are usually hit as hard as land dwellers. Yet there is no evidence of any significant disappearance of oceanic fauna 45,000 years ago. Human involvement can easily explain why the wave of extinction obliterated the terrestrial megafauna of Australia while sparing that of the nearby oceans, despite its burgeoning navigational abilities. Homo sapiens was still overwhelmingly a terrestrial menace. Thirdly, mass extinctions akin to the archetypal Australian decimation occurred again and again in the ensuing millennia whenever people settled another part of the outer world. In these cases, sapiens' guilt is irrefutable. For example, the megafauna of New Zealand, which had weathered the alleged climate change of 45,000 years without a scratch, suffered devastating blow immediately after the first humans set foot on the islands. The Maoris, New Zealand's first sapiens colonizers, reached the island about 800 years ago. Within a couple of centuries, the majority of the local megafauna was extinct, along with 60% of all bird species. A similar fate befell the mammoth population of Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean, 200 kilometers north of the Siberian coast. Mammoth had flourished for millions of years over most of the northern hemisphere. But as Homo sapiens spread, first over Eurasia and then over North America, the mammoth retreated. By 10,000 years ago, there was not a single mammoth to be found in the world except on a few remote Arctic islands, most conspicuously Wrangel. The mammoths of Wrangel continued to prosper for a few more millennia, then suddenly disappeared about 4,000 years ago, just when the first humans reached the islands. Where were the Australian extinction on an isolated event? We could grant humans the benefit of the doubt, but the historical records makes Homo sapiens look like an ecological serial killer. All the settlers of Australia had at their disposal was Stone Age technology. How could they cause an ecological disaster? There are three explanations that match quite nicely. Large animals, the primary victims of the Australian extinction, breed slowly. Pregnancy is wrong. Offspring per pregnancy are few and there are long breaks between pregnancies. Consequently, if humans cut down even one diprotodon every few months, it would be enough to cause diprotodon deaths to outnumber births. Within a few thousand years, the last lonesome diprotodon would pass away and with her the entire species. In fact, for all their size, diprotodons and Australia's other giant probably would not have been that hard to hunt because they would have been taken totally by surprise by their two-legged assailants. Various human species had been crawling and evolving in Afro-Asia for 2 million years. They slowly honed their hunting skills and began going after large animals around 4 lakh years ago. The big beasts of Africa and Asia learned to avoid humans. So when the new mega predator, Homo sapiens, appeared on the Afro-Asian scene, the large animals already knew to keep their distance from creatures that looked like it. In contrast, the Australian giants had no time to run away. Humans don't come across as particularly dangerous. They don't have long, sharp teeth or muscular, lithy body. So when a diprotodon, the largest marsupial ever to walk the earth, set eyes for the first time on this frail-looking ape, he gave it one glance and then went back to chewing leaves. These animals had to evolve a fear of humankind, but before they could do so, they were long gone. The second explanation is that by the time sapiens reached Australia, they had already mastered fire agriculture. Faced with an alien and threatening environment, they deliberately burned vast areas of impassable thickets and dense forest to create open grasslands. which attracted more easily hunted game and were better suited to their needs than their wild. Completely changed the ecology of large parts of Australia within a few short millennia. One body of evidence supporting this view is the fossil plant record. Eucalyptus trees were rare in Australia 45,000 years ago, but the arrival of Homo sapiens inaugurated a golden age for the species. Since eucalyptus are particularly resistant to fire, they spread far and wide while others, uh, trees and shrubs disappeared. These changes in vegetation influenced the animals that ate the plants and the carnivores that ate the vegetarians. Koalas, which subsist exclusively on eucalyptus leaves, happily munched their way into new territories. Most other animals suffered greatly. Many Australian food chains collapsed, driving the biggest link into extinction. A third explanation agrees that hunting and fire agriculture played a significant role in the extinction, but emphasizes that we can't completely ignore the role of climate. The climate changes that beset Australia about 45,000 years ago destabilized the ecosystem and made it particularly vulnerable. Under normal circumstances, the system would probably have recuperated as had happened many times previously. However, humans appeared on the stage at just this critical juncture and pushed the bitter ecosystem into the abyss. The combination of climate change and human hunting is particularly devastating for large animals since it attacks them from different angles. It is hard to find a good survival strategy that will work simultaneously against multiple threats without further evidence. There is no way of deciding where between the three scenarios, but there are certainly good reasons to believe that if Homo sapiens had never gone down under, it would still be home to marsupial lions, diplodocus, and giant kangaroos. The end of slope. The extinction of the Australian megafauna was probably the first significant mark Homo sapiens left on our planet. It was followed by an even larger ecological disaster. This time in America, Homo sapiens was the first and only human species to reach the Western Hemisphere landmass, arriving about 16,000 years ago, that is, in or around 14,000 BC. The first Americans arrived on foot, which they could do because at the time sea levels were low enough that a land bridge connected northeastern Siberia with northwestern Alaska. Not that it was easy. The journey was an arduous one, perhaps harder than the sea passage to Australia. To make the crossing, sapiens first had to learn how to withstand the extreme Arctic conditions of northern Siberia, an area on which the sun never shines in winter and where temperatures can drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius. No previous human species had managed to penetrate places like northern Siberia. Even the cold-adapted Neanderthals restricted themselves to relatively warmer regions further south. But Homo sapiens, whose body was adapted to living in the African savanna rather than in the lands of snow and ice, devised ingenious solutions. When roaming bands of sapiens, foragers migrated into colder climates. They learned to make snowshoes and effective thermal clothing compounds of layers of furs and skins, sewn together tightly with the help of needles. They developed new weapons and sophisticated hunting techniques that enabled them to track and kill mammoth and the other big game of far north. As their thermal clothing and hunting techniques improved, sapiens dared to venture deeper and deeper into the frozen region, and as they moved north, their clothes, hunting strategies, and other survival skills continued to improve. But why did they bother? Why banish oneself to Siberia by choice? Perhaps some bands, but driven north by wars, demographic pressure or natural disasters. Others might have been lured northwards by more positive regions, such as animal protein. The Arctic lands were full of large, juicy animals, such as reindeer and mammoths. Every mammoth was a source of a vast quantity of meat, which, given the frosty temperatures, could even be frozen for later use. Tasty fat, warm fur, and valuable ivory. As the findings from Sungir testify, mammoth hunters did not just survive in the frozen north, they thrived as time passed. The bands spread far and wide, pursuing mammoths, mastodons, rhinoceros, and reindeers. Around 14,000. The chase took some of them from northeastern Siberia to Alaska. Of course, they did not know they were discovering a new world for mammoth and man alike. Alaska was a mere extension of Siberia. At first, glaciers blocked the way from Alaska to the rest of America, allowing no more than perhaps a few isolated pioneers to investigate the lands further south. However, around 12,000 BC, global warming melted the ice and opened an easier passage, making use of the North New Corridor. People moved south en masse, spreading over the entire continent. Though originally adapted to hunting large game in the Arctic, they soon adjusted to an amazing variety of climates and ecosystems. Descendants of the Siberian settles, the thick forest of the eastern United States, the swamps of the Mississippi Delta, the deserts of Mexico and steaming jungles of Central America. Some made their homes in the river belt of the Amazon basin. Others struck roots in Andean mountain valleys or the open pampas of Argentina. And all this happened in a mere millennium or two. By 10,000 BC, humans already inhabited the most southern point in America, the island of Tierra del Fuego. At the continent's southern tip, the human blitzkrieg across America testifies to the incomparable ingenuity and the unsurpassed adaptability of Homo sapiens. No other animal had ever moved into such a huge variety of radically different habitats so quickly, everywhere using virtually the same genes. The settling of America was hardly brilliant. It left behind a long trail of victims. American fauna 14,000 years ago was far richer than it is today. When the first Americans marched south from Alaska into the plains of Canada and the western United States, they encountered mammoths and mastodons, rodents the size of bears, herds of horses and camels, oversized lions, and dozens of large species, the likes of which are completely unknown today. Among them, fearsome saber-toothed cats and giant ground sloths that weighed up to 8 tons and reached a height of 6 meters. South America hosted an even more exotic menagerie of large mammals, reptiles, and birds. The Americas were a great laboratory of evolutionary experimentation, a place where animals and plants, unknown in Africa and Asia, had evolved and thrived, but no longer. Within 2000 of the Sapiens arrived, most of these unique species were gone, according to current estimates. Within that short interval, North America lost 34 out of its 47 genera of large mammals. South America lost 50 out of 60. The saber-toothed cats, after flourishing for more than 30 million years, disappeared, and so did the giant ground sloths, the oversized lions, Native American horses, Native American camels, the giant rodents, and the mammoths. Thousands of species of smaller mammals, reptiles, birds, and even insects and parasites also became extinct. When the mammoths died out, all species of mammoth ticks followed them to oblivion. For decades, paleontologists and zooarchaeologists, people who search for and study animal remains, have been combining the plains and mountains of the Americas in search of the fossil bones of ancient camels and the petrified feces of giant ground sloths. When they find what they see, the treasures are carefully packed up and sent to laboratories where every bone and every caporite, the technical name for fossil turds, is meticulously studied and dated. Time and again, these analyses yield the same result. The freshest dung ball balls and the most recent camel bones date to the period when humans flooded America, that is, between approximately 12,000 and 9,000 BC. Only in one area have scientists discovered younger dung balls on several Caribbean islands, in particular Cuba and Hispaniola. They found petrified ground sloth scat dating to about 5000 BC. This is exactly the time when the first humans managed to cross the Caribbean Sea and settled these two large islands. Again, some scholars try to exonerate Homo sapiens and blame climate change, which requires them to posit that, for some mysterious reason, the climate in the Caribbean islands remained static for 7,000 years while the rest of the Western Hemisphere warmed. But in America, the dung ball cannot be dodged. We are the culprits. There is no way around that earth, even around that truth. Even if climate change abated us, the human contribution was decisive. Noah's Ark, if we combine the mass extinction in Australia and America and add the smaller scale extinction that took place as Homo sapiens spread over Afro-Asia, such as the extinction of all other human species and the extinction that occurred when ancient foragers settled remote islands such as Cuba, the inevitable conclusion is that the first wave of sapiens colonization was one of the biggest and swiftest ecological disasters to befall the animal kingdom. Hardest hit were the large furry creatures at the time of the cognitive revolutions. The planet was home to about 200 genera of large terrestrial mammals weighing over 50 kilograms. At the time of the agricultural revolution, only about 100 remains. Homo sapiens drove to extinction about half of the planet's big beasts long before humans invented the wheels, writing or iron tools. This ecological tragedy was restaged in miniature countless times. After the agricultural revolution, the archaeological record of islands after island tells the same sad story. The tragedy opens with a scene showing a rich and varied population of large animals without any trace of humans. In scene 2, sapiens appears, evidenced by a human bone, a spare point, or perhaps a fourth, third scene. 3 quickly follows, in which man and woman occupy center stage and most large animals, along with many smaller ones, are gone. The large islands of Madagascar, about 400 kilometers east of the African mainland, offers a famous example. Through millions of years of isolation, a unique collection of animals evolved there. These include the elephant birds, a flightless creature 3 meters tall and weighing almost half a ton, the largest bird in the world, and the giant lemurs, the globe's largest primates. The elephant birds and the giant lemurs, along with most of the other large animals of Madagascar, suddenly vanished about 1500 years ago. precisely when the first humans set foot on the island. Here is a picture. Reconstructions of two giant ground sloths, Megatherium, and behind them, two giant armadillos, Glyptodon, now extinct giant armadillos, measured over 3 meters in length and weighed up to 2 tons, where giant ground sloths reached height of up to 6 meters and weighed up to 8 tons. In the Pacific Ocean, the main wave of extinction began in about 1500 BC when Polynesian farmers settled the Solomon Islands, Fiji, and New Caledonia. They killed off, directly or indirectly, hundreds of species of birds, insects, snails, and other local inhabitants. From there, the wave of extinction moved gradually to the east, the south, and the north into the heart of the Pacific Ocean, obliterating on its way the unique fauna of Samoa and Tonga, 1200 BC, the Marquess Islands, Easter Island, the Cook Island, and Hawaii, and finally New Zealand, 1280. Similar ecological disaster occurred on almost every one of the thousands of islands that pepper the Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, and Mediterranean Sea. Archaeologists have discovered on even the tiniest islands evidence of the existence of birds, insects, and snails that lived there for countless generations, only to vanish when the first human farmers arrived. None but a few extremely remote islands escaped man's notice until the modern age, and these islands kept their fauna intact. The Galapagos Island, to give one famous example, remained uninhabited by humans until the 19th century, thus preserving their unique menageries, including their giant tortoises, which, like the ancient diprotodons, show no fear of humans. The first wave extinction, which accompanied the spread of the foragers, was followed by the second wave extinction, which accompanied the spread of the farmers, and gives us an important perspective on the third wave extinction, which industrial activity is causing today. Don't believe tree huggers who claim that our ancestors lived in harmony with nature. Long before the Industrial Revolution, Homo sapiens had the record among all organisms of driving the most plant and animal species to their extinction. We have the dubious distinction of being the deadliest species in the annals of biology. Perhaps if more people were aware of the first wave and second wave extinction, they had be less nonchalant about the third wave they are part of. If we knew how many species we have already eradicated, we might be more motivated to protect those that still survive. This is especially relevant to the large animals of the oceans. Unlike their terrestrial counterparts, the large sea animals suffered relatively little from the cognitive and agricultural revolutions, but many of them are on the brink of extinction now as a result of industrial pollution and human overuse of oceanic resources. If things continue at the present pace, it is likely that whales, sharks, tuna, and dolphins will follow the diprotodons, ground sloth, and mammoths to oblivion. Among all the world's large creatures, the only survivors of the human flood will be humans themselves, and from the farmyard animals that serve as galley slaves in Noah's Ark. Part 2. The Agricultural Revolution. Here is a picture, a wall painting from an Egyptian grave dated to about 3500 years ago, depicting typical agricultural scenes. Chapter 5: History's Biggest Fraud. For 2.5 million years, humans fed themselves by gathering plants and hunting animals that lived and bred without their intervention. Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, and the Neanderthals plucked wild figs and hunted wild sheep without deciding where fig trees would take root, in which meadow a herd of sheep should graze, or which berry got would inseminate which nanny got. Homo sapiens spread from East Africa to Middle East to Europe and Asia, and finally to Australia and America. But everywhere they went, sapiens too continued to live by gathering wild plants and hunting wild animals. Why do anything else when your lifestyle feeds you amply and supports a rich world of social structures, religions, beliefs, and political dynamics? All this changed about 10,000 years ago, when sapiens began to devote almost all their time and effort to manipulating the lives of a few animal and plant species. From sunrise to sunset, humans sowed fields, seeds, watered plants, plucked weeds from the ground, and led sheep to prime pastures. This work they thought would provide them with more food, grain, and meat. It was a revolution in the way humans lived. The agricultural revolution. The transition to agriculture began around 9,500 to 8,500 BC in the hill country of southeastern Turkey, western Iran, and the Levant. It began slowly and in a restricted geographical area. Wheat and goats were domesticated by approximately 9,000 BC, peas and lentils around 8,000 BC, olive trees by 5,000 BC, horses by 4,000 BC, and grapevines in 3,500 BC. Some animals and plants such as camels and cashew nuts were domesticated even later, but by 3,500 BC the main wave of domestication was over. Even today, with all our advanced technologies, more than 90% of the calories that feed humanity come from the handful of plants that our ancestors domesticated between 9,500 and 3,500 BC. Wheat, rice, maize, cod, corn in the US, potatoes, millet, and barley. No noteworthy plant or animals has been domesticated in the last 2,000 years. If our minds are those of hunter-gatherers, our cuisine is that of ancient farmers. Scholars once believed that agriculture spread from a single Middle Eastern point of origin to the four corners of the world. Today, scholars agree that agriculture sprang up in other parts of the world not by action of Middle Eastern farmers exporting their revolution, but entirely independently. People in Central America domesticated maize and beans without knowing anything about wheat and pea cultivation. In the Middle East, South Americans learned how to raise potatoes and llamas, unaware of what was going on in either Mexico or the Levant. China's first revolutionaries domesticated rice, millet, and pigs. North America's first gardeners were those who got tired of combing the undergrowth for edible gourds and deciding to cultivate pumpkin, New Guineas, tamed sugarcane, and banana. While first West African farmers made African millets, African rice, sorghum, and wheat conform to their needs. From these initial focal points, agriculture spread far and wide. By the 1st century AD, the vast majority of people throughout most of the world were agriculturists. Why did agricultural revolutions erupt in the Middle East, China, and Central America, but not in Australia, Alaska, or South Africa? The reason is simple. Most species of plants and animals can't be domesticated. Sapiens could dig up delicious truffles and hunt down woolly mammoths, but domesticating either species was out of the question. The fungi were far too elusive, the giant beasts too ferocious of the thousands of species that our ancestors hunted and gathered. Only a few were suitable candidates for farming and hunting. Those few species lived in particular places, and those are the places where agricultural revolutions occurred. Scholars once proclaimed that the agricultural revolution was a great leap forward for humanity. They told a tale of progress fueled by human brain power. Evolution gradually produced even ever more intelligent people. Eventually, people were so smart that they were able to decipher nature's secret, enabling them to tame sheep and cultivate wheat. As soon as this happened, they cheerfully abandoned the grueling, dangerous, and often Spartan life of hunter-gatherers, settling down to enjoy the pleasant, satiated life of farmers. Here is a map to locations and dates of agricultural revolution. The data is contentious and the map is constantly being redrawn to incorporate the latest archaeological discoveries. That tale is a fantasy. There is no evidence that people became more intelligent with time. Foragers knew the secrets of nature long before the agricultural revolution, since their survival depended on an intimate knowledge of the animals they hunted and the plants they gathered. Rather than heralding a new era of easy living, the agricultural revolution left farmers with lives generally more difficult and less satisfying than those of foragers. Hunter-gatherers spent their time in more stimulating and varied ways and were less in danger of starvation and disease. The agricultural revolution certainly enlarged the sum total of food at the disposal of humankind, but the extra food did not translate into a better diet or more leisure. Rather, it translated into population explosions and pampered elites. The average farmer worked harder than the average forager and got a worse diet in return. The agricultural revolution was history's biggest fraud. Who was responsible? Neither kings nor priests nor merchants. The culprits were a handful of plant species, including wheat, rice, and potatoes. These plants domesticated Homo sapiens rather than vice versa. Think for a moment about the agricultural revolution from the viewpoint of wheat 10,000 years ago. Wheat was just a wild grass, one of many, confined to a small range in the Middle East. Suddenly, within just a few short millennia, it was growing all over the world, according to the basic evolutionary criteria of survival and reproduction. Wheat was become one of the most successful plants in the history of the earth. In areas such as the Great Plains of North America, where not a single wheat stalk grew 10,000 years ago, you can today walk for hundreds of kilometers without encountering any other plant worldwide. Wheat covers about 2.25 million square kilometers of the globe's surface, almost 10 times the size of Britain. How did this grass turn from insignificant to ubiquitous? Wheat did it by manipulating Homo sapiens to its advantage. This ape had been living a fairly comfortable life hunting and gathering until about 10,000 years ago, but then began to invest more and effort in cultivating wheat. Within a couple of millennia, humans in many parts of the world were doing little from dawn to dusk other than taking care of wheat plants. It was not easy. Wheat demanded a lot of them. Wheat did not like rocks and pebbles, so sapiens broke their backs clearing fields. Wheat did not like sharing its space, water and nutrients with other plants, so man and woman labored long days weeding under the scorching sun. Wheat got sick, so sapiens had to keep a watch out for worms and blight. Wheat was defenseless against other organisms that liked to eat it, from rabbits to locusts, swans, so the farmers had to guard and protect it. Wheat was thirsty, so humans lugged water from springs and streams to water it. Its hunger even impelled sapiens to collect animal feces to nourish the ground in which wheat grew. The body of Homo sapiens had not evolved for such tasks. It was adapted to climbing apple trees and running after gazelles, not to clearing rocks and carrying water buckets. Human spines, knees, necks, and arches paid the price. Studies of ancient skeleton indicate that the transition to agriculture brought about a plethora of ailments such as slipped disc, arthritis, and hernias. Moreover, the new agricultural task demanded so much time that people were forced to settle permanently next to their wheat field. This completely changed their way of life. We did not domesticate wheat, it domesticated us. The word domesticate comes from the Latin domus, which means house. Who is the one living in a house? Not the wheat. It's the sapiens. How did wheat convince Homo sapiens to exchange a rather good life for a more miserable existence? What did it offer in return? It did not offer a better diet. Remember, humans are omnivores, apes who thrive on a wide variety of foods. Grains make up only a small fraction of human diet. Minerals and vitamins, hard to digest, and really bad for your teeth and gums. Wheat did not give people economic security. The life of a peasant is less secure than that of a hunter-gatherer. Foragers relied on dozens of species to survive and could therefore weather difficult years even without stocks of preserved food. If the availability of one species was reduced, they could gather and hunt more of other species. Farming societies have, until very recently, relied for the great bulk of their calorie intake on a small variety of domesticated plants. In many areas, they relied on just a single staple, such as wheat, potatoes, or rice. If the rains failed or crowds of locusts arrived, or if a fungus learned how to infect that staple species, pigeons died by the thousands and millions. Nor could wheat offer security against human violence. The early farmers were at least as violent as their forager ancestors, if not more so. Farmers had more possessions and needed land for planting. The loss of pasture land to raiding neighbors could mean a difference between subsistence and starvation, so there was much less room for compromise. When a foraging band was hard pressed by a stronger rival, it could usually move on. It was difficult and dangerous, but it was feasible. When a strong enemy threatened an agricultural village, retreat means giving up fields, houses, and granaries. In many cases, this doomed the refugees to starvation. Farmers therefore tended to stay put and fight to the bitter end. Now here is another picture. Tribal warfare in New Guinea between two farming communities, 1960s. Such scenes were probably widespread in the thousands of years following the agricultural revolution. Many anthropological and archaeological studies indicate that in simple agricultural societies with no political framework beyond village and tribe, human violence was responsible for about 15% of death, including 25% of male deaths. In contemporary New Guinea, violence accounts for 30% of male deaths in one agricultural tribal society, the Dani, and 35% in another, the Anga. In Ecuador, perhaps 50% of adult Baurenis meet a violent death at the hands of another human. In time, Human violence was brought under control through the development of larger social frameworks, cities, kingdoms, and states, but it took thousands of years to build such huge and effective political structure. Village life certainly brought the first farmers some immediate benefits, such as better protection against wild animals, rain and cold, yet for the average person, that this disadvantages probably outweighed the advantages. This is hard for people in today's prosperous societies to appreciate, since we enjoy affluence and society security, and since our affluence and security are built on foundation laid by the agricultural revolution. We assume that the agricultural revolution was a wonderful improvement, yet it is wrong to judge thousands of years of history from the perspective of today. A much more representative viewpoint is that of a 3-year-old girl dying from malnutrition in 1st century China because her father's crops have failed. Would she say, I am dying from malnutrition? But in 2000 years, people will have plenty to eat and live in big air-conditioned houses. So my suffering is a worthwhile sacrifice. What then did wheat offer agriculturists, including that malnourished Chinese girl? It offered nothing for people as individuals, yet it did bestow something on Homo sapiens as a species. Cultivating wheat provided much more food per unit of territory and thereby enabled Homo sapiens to multiply exponentially. Around 13,000 BC, when people fed themselves by gathering wild plants and hunting wild animals, the area around the oasis of Jericho in Palestine could support at most one roaming band of about 100 relatively healthy and well-nourished people. Around 8500 BC, when wild plants gave way to wheat fields, the oasis supported a large but cramped village of 1,000 people who suffered far more from disease and malnourishment. The currency of evolution is neither hunger nor pain, but rather copies of DNA helixes, just as the economic success of a company is measured only by the number of dollars in its bank, not by the happiness of its employees. So the evolutionary success of a species is measured by the number of copies of its DNA. If no more DNA copies remain, the species is extinct, just as a company without money is bankrupt. If a species boasts many DNA copies, it is a success, and the species flourishes. From such a perspective, 1,000 copies are always better than 100 copies. This is the essence of the agricultural revolution, the ability to keep more people alive under worse conditions. Yet, why should individuals care about this evolutionary calculus? Why would any sane person lower his or her standard of living just to multiply the number of copies of the Homo sapiens genome? Nobody agreed to this deal. The agricultural revolution was a trap. The luxury trap. The rise of farming was a very gradual affair, spread over centuries and millennia. A band of Homo sapiens, gathering mushrooms and nuts and hunting deer and rabbits, did not all of a sudden settle in a permanent village, plugging fields, sowing wheat, and carrying water from the river. The chain proceeded by stages, each of which involved just a small alteration in daily life. Homo sapiens reached the Middle East around 70,000 years ago. For the next 50,000 years, our ancestors flourished there without agriculture. The natural resources of the area were enough to support its human population. In times of plenty, people had a few more children, and in times of need, a few less. Humans, like many mammals, have hormonal and genetic mechanisms that help control procreation. In good times, females reach puberty earlier, and their chances of getting pregnant are a bit higher. In that time, puberty is rate and fertility decreases. To these natural population controls were added cultural mechanisms. Babies and small children who move slowly and demand much attention were a burden on nomadic foragers. People tried to space their children 3 to 4 years apart. Women did so by nursing their children around the clock and until a late age, around the clock. Suckling significantly decreases the chances of getting pregnant. Other methods include full or partial sexual abstinence, backed perhaps by cultural taboos, abortions, and occasionally infanticide. During these long millennia, people occasionally ate wheat grain, but this was a marginal part of their diet. About 18,000 years ago, the last ice age gave way to a period of global warming. As temperatures rose, so did rainfall. The new climate was ideal for Middle East wheat and other cereals, which multiplied and spread. People began eating more wheat, and in exchange they inadvertently spread its growth. Since it was impossible to eat wild grains without first winnowing, grinding, and cooking them, people who gathered these grains carried them back to their temporary campsites for processing. Wheat grains are small and numerous, so some of them inevitably fell on the way to the campsite and were lost. Over time, more and more wheat grew along favored human trails and near campsites. When humans burned down forests and thickets, this also helped wheat. Fire cleared away trees and shrubs, allowing wheat and other grasses to monopolize the sunlight, water, and nutrients. Where wheat became particularly abundant and game and other food sources were also plentiful, human bands could gradually give up their nomadic lifestyle and settle down in seasonal and even permanent camps. At first they might have camped for 4 weeks during the harvest. A generation later, as wheat plants multiplied and spread, the harvest camp might have lasted for 5 weeks, then 6, and finally it became a permanent peace. Evidence of such settlements has been discovered throughout the Middle East, particularly in the Levant, where the Natufian culture flourished from 12,500 BC to 9,500 BC. The Natufians were hunter-gatherers who subsisted on dozens of wild species, but they lived in permanent villages and devoted much of their time to the intensive gathering and processing of wild cereal. They built stone houses and granaries. They stored grains for times of need. They invented new tools such as stone scythes for harvesting wild wheat and stone presses and mortars to grind it. In the year following 9500 BC, the descendants of the Natufians continued to gather and process cereals, but they also began to cultivate them in more and more elaborate ways. When gathering wild grains, they took care to lay aside part of the harvest to sow the fields next season. They discovered that they could achieve much better results by sowing the grains deep in the ground rather than haphazardly scattering them on the surface. So they began to hoe and plough. Gradually, they also started to weed the fields, to guard them against parasites, and to water and fertilize them. As more effort was directed towards cereal cultivation, there was less time to gather and hunt wild species. The foragers became farmers. No single step separated the woman gathering wild wheat from the woman farming domesticated wheat. So it's hard to say exactly when the decisive transition to agriculture took place, but by 8500 BC, the Middle East was peppered with permanent villages such as Jericho, whose inhabitants spent most of their time cultivating a few domesticated species. With the move to permanent villages and the increase in food supply, the population began to grow. Giving up the nomadic lifestyle enabled women to have a child every year. Babies were weaned at an earlier age. They could be fed on porridge and gruel. The extra hands were sorely needed in the fields, but the extra mouths quickly wiped out the food surplus. So even more fields had to be planted. As people began living in disease-ridden settlements, as children fed more on cereals and less on mother's milk, and as each child competed for his or her porridge with more and more siblings, child mortality soared. In most agricultural societies, at least one out of every three children died before reaching 20. Yet the increase in births still outpaced the increase in deaths. Humans kept having larger number of children. With time, the weight bargain became more and more burdensome. Children died in droves, and adults ate bread by the sweat of their brows. The average person in Jericho of 8500 BC lived a harder life than the average person in Jericho of 9500 BC or 13,000 BC. But nobody realized what was happening. Every generation continued to live like the previous generation, making only small improvements here and there in the way things were done. Paradoxically, a series of improvements, each of which was meant to make life easier, added up to my millstone around the necks of these farmers. Why did people make such a fateful miscalculation? For the same reason that people throughout history have miscalculated. People were unable to fathom the full consequences of their decisions. Whenever they decided to do a bit of extra work, say to hoe the fields instead of scattering seeds on the surface, people thought, yes, we will have to work harder, but the harvest will be so bountiful. We won't have to worry anymore about lean ears. Our children will never go to sleep hungry. It made sense. If you work harder, you will have a better life. That was the plan. The first part of the plan went smoothly. People indeed worked harder, but people did not foresee that the number of children would increase, meaning that the extra wheat would have to be shared between more children. Neither did the early farmer understand that feeding children with more porridge and less breast milk would weaken their immune system, and that permanent settlements would be hotbeds for infectious diseases. They did not foresee that by increasing their dependence on a single source of food, they were actually exposing themselves even more to the depredations of drought. Nor did the farmers foresee that in good years their bulging granaries would tempt thieves and enemies, compelling them to start building walls and doing guard duty. Then why did not humans abandon farming when the plan backfired? Partly because it took generations for the small changes to accumulate and transform society, and by then nobody remembered that they had ever lived differently, and partly because population growth burnt humanity's boats. If the adoption of plug-in increased a village population from 100 to no, which 10 people would have volunteered to starve so that the others could go back to the good old times, there was no going back. The trap snapped shut. The pursuit of an easier life resulted in much hardship, and not for the last time. It happens to us today. How many young college graduates have taken demanding jobs in high-powered firms, knowing that they will work hard to earn money that will enable them to retire and pursue their real interest when they are 35. But by the time they reach that age, they have large mortgages, children to school, houses in the suburbs that necessitates at least 2 cars per family, and a sense that life is not worth living without really good wine and expensive holiday abroad. What are they supposed to do? Go back to digging up roots? No, they double their efforts and keep slaving away. One of history's few iron laws is that luxuries tend to become necessities and respond new obligations. Once people get used to a certain luxury, they take it for granted. Then they begin to count on it. Finally, they reach a point where they can't live without it. Let's take another familiar example from our own time. Over the last few decades, we have invented countless time saving devices that are supposed to make life more relaxed. Washing machines, vacuum cleaner, dishwasher, telephones, mobile phones, computer, email. Previously, it took a lot of work to write a letter, address, and stamp an envelope and take it to the mailer. It took days or weeks, maybe even months, to get a reply. Nowadays, I can dance off an email, send it halfway around the globe, and if my addressee is online, receive a reply a minute later. I have saved all that trouble and time, but do I live a more relaxed life? Sadly not. Back in the snail mail era, people usually only wrote letters when they had something important to relate. Rather than writing the first thing that came into their heads, they considered carefully what they wanted to say and how to phrase it. They expected to receive a similarly considered answer. Most people wrote and received no more than a handful of letters a month and seldom felt compelled to reply immediately. Today I receive dozens of emails each day, all from people who expect a prompt reply. We thought we were saving time. Instead, we revved up the treadmill of life to 10 times its former speed and made our days more anxious and agitated. Here and there a Luddite holdout refuses to open an email account, just as thousands of years ago some human bands refused to take up farming and so escaped the luxury trap. But the agricultural revolution did not need every bank in a given reason to join up. It only took one. Once one band settled down and started tilling, whether in the Middle East or Central America, agriculture was irresistible. Since farming created the conditions for swift demographic growth, farmers could usually overcome foragers by sheer weight of numbers. The foragers could either run away, abandoning their hunting grounds to feed and pasture, or take up the plug trail themselves. Either way, the old life was doomed. The story of the luxury trap carries with it an important lesson. Humanity's search for an easier life released immense forces of change that transformed the world in ways nobody envisioned or wanted. Nobody plotted the agricultural revolution or sought human dependence on cereal cultivation. A series of trivial decisions aimed mostly at filling a few stomachs and gaining a little security had the cumulative effects of forcing ancient foragers to spend their days carrying water buckets under a scorching sun. Divine intervention. Benson. The above scenario explains the agricultural revolution as a miscalculation. It's very plausible. History is full of far more idiotic miscalculations, but there's another possibility. Maybe it was not the search for an easier life that brought about the transformation. Maybe sapiens had other aspirations and were consciously willing to make their lives harder in order to achieve them. Scientists usually seek to attribute historical developments to core economic and demographic factors. It sits better with their rational and mathematical methods. In the case of modern history, scholars cannot avoid taking into account non-material factors such as ideology and culture. The written evidence forces their hands. We have enough documents, letters and memorials to prove that World War II was not caused by food shortages or demographic crisis, but we have no documents from the Natufian culture. So when dealing with ancient periods, the materialistic school reigns supreme. It is difficult to prove that pre-literate people were motivated by faith rather than economic necessity. Yet in some rare cases, we are lucky enough to find telltale clues. In 1995, archaeologists began to excavate a site in southeast Turkey called Göbekli Tepe. In the oldest stratum, they discovered no signs of settlement, houses or daily activities. They did, however, find monumental pillared structures decorated with spectacular engraving. Each stone pillar weighed up to 7 tons and reached a height of 5 meters. In nearby quarry, they found a half-chiseled pillar weighing 50 tons. Altogether, they uncovered more than 10 monumental structures, the largest of them nearly 30 meters across. Archaeologists are familiar with such monumental structures from sites around the world. The best known example is Stonehenge in Britain. Yet as they studied Göbekli Tepe, they discovered an amazing fact. Stonehenge dates to 2500 BC and was built by a developed agricultural society. The structures at Göbekli Tepe are dated to about 9500 BC and all available evidence indicates that they were built by hunter-gatherers. The archaeological community initially found it difficult to credit these findings, but one test after another confirmed both the earlier date of the structures and the pre-agricultural society of their builders, the capabilities of ancient foragers, and the complexity of their cultures seem to be far more impressive than was previously suspected. Here is a picture. The remains of monumental structure from Göbekli Tepe, right, one of the decorated stone pillar about 5 meters high. Why would a foraging society build such structures? They had no obvious utilitarian purpose. They were neither mammoth slaughterhouses, nor places to shelter from rain or hide from lions. That leaves us with the theory that they were built for some mysterious cultural purposes that archaeologists have a hard time deciphering. Whatever it was, the foragers thought it worth a huge amount of effort and time. The only way to build Göbekli Tepe was for thousands of foragers belonging to different bands and tribes to cooperate over an extended period of time. Only a sophisticated religious or ideological system could sustain such efforts. Göbekli Tepe had another sensational secret. For many years, geneticists have been tracing the origin of domesticated wheat. Recent discoveries indicate that at least one domesticated variant, Yukon wheat, originated in Karakoram Hills, about 30 kilometers from Göbekli Tepe. Here is another picture of such a site. This can hardly be a coincidence. It's likely that the cultural center of Göbekli Tepe was somehow connected to the initial domestication of wheat by humankind and of humankind by wheat in order to feed the people who built and used the monumental structure. Particularly large quantities of food were required. It may well be that foragers switched from gathering wild wheat to intense wheat cultivation, not to increase their normal food supply, but rather to support the building and running of a temple. In the conventional picture, pioneers first built a village, and when it prospered, they set up a temple in the middle. But Göbekli Tepe suggests that the temple may have been built first, and that a village later grew up around it. Victims of the revolution. The Faustian bargain between humans and grains was not the only deal our species made. Another deal was struck concerning the fate of animals such as sheep, goats, pigs and chickens. Nomadic bands that stalked wild sheep gradually altered the constitutions of the herds on which they paired. They process probably began with This process probably began with selective hunting. Humans learned that it was to their advantage to hunt only adult rams and old or sick sheep. They spared fertile and young lambs in order to safeguard the long-term vitality and of the local herd. The second step might have been to actively defend the herd against predators, driving away lions, wolves, and rival human bands. The band might next have corralled the herd into a narrow gorge in order to better control and defend it. Finally, people began to make a more careful selection among the sheep in order to tailor them to human needs. The most aggressive rams, those that showed the greatest resistance to human control, were slaughtered first. So were the skinniest and most inquisitive females. Shepherds are not fond of sheep whose curiosity takes them far from the herd. With each passing generation, the sheep became fatter, more submissive, and less curious. Boiler. Mary had little lamb, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Alternatively, hunters may have caught and adopted a lamb, fattening it during the months of plenty and sorting it in the leaner season. At some stage, they began keeping a greater number of such lambs. Some of these reached puberty and began to procreate. The most aggressive and unruly lambs were forced to the slaughter. The most submissive, most appealing lambs were allowed to live longer and procreate. The result was a herd of domesticated and submissive sheep. Such domesticated animals, sheep, chickens, donkeys, and others, supplied food, meat, milk, eggs, raw materials, skins, wool, and muscle power. Transportation, plugging, grinding, and other tasks hitherto performed by human sinew were increasingly carried out by animals. In most farming societies, people focused on plant cultivation. Raising animals was a secondary activity, but a new kind of society also appeared in some places, based primarily on the exploitation of animals. Tribes of pastoralists, herders. As humans spread around the world, so did their domesticated animals. 10,000 years ago, not more than a few million sheep, cattle, goats, bulls, and chickens lived in restricted Afro-Asian niches. Today the world contains about a billion sheep, a billion pigs, more than a billion cattle, and more than 25 billion chickens, and they are all over the globe. The domesticated chickens is the most widespread fowl ever. Following Homo sapiens, domesticated cattle, pigs and sheep are the second, third, and fourth most widespread large mammals in the world. From a narrow evolutionary perspective, which measures success by the number of DNA copies, the agricultural revolution was a wonderful boon for chickens, cattle, pigs, and sheep. Unfortunately, the evolutionary perspective is an incomplete measure of success. It judges everything by the criteria of survival and reproduction, with no regard for individual suffering and happiness. Domesticated chickens and cattle may well be an evolutionary success story, but they are also among the most miserable creatures that ever lived. The domestication of animals was founded on a series of brutal practices that only became crueler with the passing of the centuries. The natural lifespan of wild chickens is about 7 to 12 years, and of cattle about 20 to 25 years. In the wild, most chickens and cattle died long before that, but they still had a fair chance of living for a respectable number of years. In contrast, the vast majority of domesticated chicken and cattle are slaughtered at the age of between a few weeks and a few months. Because this has always been the optimal slaughtering age from an economic perspective, why keep feeding a cock for 3 years if it has already reached its maximum weight after 3 months? Egg-laying hens, dairy cows, and draught animals are sometimes allowed to live for many years, but the price is subjugation to a way of life completely alien to their urges and desires. It's reasonable to assume, for example, that bulls prefer to spend their days wandering over open prairies in the company of other bulls and cows rather than pulling carts and trucks there under the yoke of a whip-wielding ape. In order to turn bulls, horses, donkeys, and camels into obedient taught animals, their natural instinct and social ties had to be broken, their aggression and sexuality contained, and their freedom of movement curtailed. Farmers developed techniques such as locking animals inside pens and cages, building them in harnesses and leashes, training them with whips and cattle prods, and mutilating them. The process of taming almost always involves the castration of males. This restrains male aggression and enables humans selectively to control the herd's population. A painting from an Egyptian grave, 1200 BC, a pair of oxen plugging a field in a wide cattle roamed as they pleased in herds with a complex social structure. The castrated and domesticated ox wasted away his life under the lash and in a narrow pen, laboring alone or in pairs in a way that suited neither its body nor its social and emotional needs. When an ox could no longer pull the plug, it was slaughtered. Note the hunched position of the Egyptian farmer, who, much like the ox, spent his life in hard labor, oppressive to his body, his mind, and his social relationships. In many New Guinean societies, the wealth of a person has traditionally been determined by the number of pigs he or she owns to ensure that the pigs can't run away. Farmers in northern New Guinea slice off a chunk of each pig's nose. This causes severe pain wherever the pig tries to sniff, since the pigs cannot find food or even find their way around without sniffing. The mutilation makes them completely dependent on their human owners. In another area of New Guinea, it has been customary to gouge out pigs' eyes so that they cannot even see where they are going. The dairy industry has its own ways of forcing animals to do its will. Cows, goats, and sheep produce milk only after giving birth to calves, kids, and lambs, and only as long as the youngsters are suckling. To continue a supply of animal milk, a farmer needs to have calves, kids, or lambs for suckling, but must prevent them from monopolizing the milk. One common method throughout history was to simply slaughter the calves and kids shortly after birth, milk the mother for all she was worth, and then get her pregnant again. This is still a very widespread technique. In many modern dairy farms, a milk cow usually lives for about 5 years before being slaughtered. During these 5 years, she is almost constantly pregnant and is fertilized within 60 to 120 days after giving birth in order to preserve maximum milk production. Her calves are separated from her shortly after birth. The females are reared to become the next generation of dairy cows, whereas the males are handed over to the care of the meat industry. Another method is to keep the calves and kids near their mothers, but prevent them by various stratagems from suckling too much milk. The simplest way to do this, that is to allow the kid or calf to start suckling, but drive it away once the milk starts flowing. This method usually encounters resistance from both kid and mother. Some safer tribes used to kill the offspring, eat its flesh, and then stuff the skin. The stuffed offspring was then presented to the mother so that its presence would encourage her milk production. The newer tribe in the Sudan went so far as to smear stuffed animals with their mother's urine to give the counterfeit calves a familiar live scent. Another newer technique was to tie a ring of thorn around the calf's mouth so that it pricks the mother and causes her to resist suckling. Tuareg camel breeders in the Sahara used to puncture or cut off parts of nose and upper lip of young camels in order to make suckling painful, thereby discouraging them from consuming too much milk. Not all agricultural societies were this cruel to their farm animals. The lives of some domesticated animals could be quite good. Sheep raised for wool, fat dogs and cats, bar horses and race horses often enjoyed comfortable conditions. The Roman Emperor Caligula allegedly planned to appoint his favorite horse in seat cattle to the council seat. Shepherds and farmers throughout history showed affection for their animals and have taken great care of them, just as many slaveholders felt affection and concern for their slaves. It was no accident that kings and prophets styled themselves a shepherd and likened the way they and the gods cared for their pupil to a shepherd cared for his flock. A modern calf in an industrial meat farm immediately after birth. The calf is separated from its mother and locked inside a tiny cage not much bigger than the calves on board. There, the calf spends its entire life, about 4 months on average. It never leaves its cage, nor is it allowed to play with other calves or even milk, even walk, all so that its muscles will not grow strong. Soft muscles means a soft and juicy steak. The first time the calf has a chance to walk, stretch its muscles, and touch other calves is on its way to the slaughterhouse. In evolutionary terms, cattle represents one of the most successful animal species ever exist. At the same time, they are some of the most miserable animals on the planet. Yet, from the viewpoint of the herd, rather than that of shepherds, it's hard to avoid the impression that for the vast majority of domesticated animals, the agricultural revolution was a terrible catastrophe. Their evolutionary success is meaningless. A rare-wild rhinoceros on the brink of extinction is probably more satisfied than a calf who spends its short life inside a tiny box, fattened to produce juicy steak. The contented rhinoceros is no less content for being among the last of its kind. The numerical success of the calf's species is little consolation for the suffering the individual endures. This discrepancy between evolutionary success and the individual suffering is perhaps the most important lesson we can draw from the agricultural revolution. When we study the narrative of plants such as wheat and maize, maybe the purely evolutionary perspective makes sense. Yet in the case of animals such as cattle, sheep, and sapiens, each with a complex bulk of sensations and emotions, we have to consider how evolutionary success translates into individual experience. In the following chapters, we will see time and again how a dramatic increase in the collective power and ostensible success of our species went hand in hand with much individual suffering. Chapter 6 Chapter 6 Building Pyramids. The agricultural revolution is one of the most controversial events in history. Some partisans proclaim that it set humankind on the road to prosperity and progress. Others insist that it led to perdition. This was the turning point, they say, where Sapiens cast off its intimate symbiosis with nature and sprinted towards greed and alienation. Whichever direction the road led, there was no going back. Farming enabled populations to increase so radically and rapidly that no complex agricultural society could ever again sustain itself if it returned to hunting and gathering. Around 10,000 BC, before the transition to agriculture, Earth was home to about 5 to 8 million nomadic foragers. By the first century AD, only 1 to 2 million foragers remained, mainly in Australia, America, but their numbers were dwarfed by the world's 250 million farmers. The vast majority of farmers lived in permanent settlements. Only a few were nomadic settlers. Settling down caused most people tough to sink dramatically. Ancient hunter-gatherers usually lived in territories covering many dozens and even hundreds of square kilometers. Home was the entire territory, with its hills, streams, woods, and open sky. Peasants, on the other hand, spent most of their days working a small field or orchard, and their domestic lives centered on a cramped structure of wood, stone, or mud, measuring no more than a few dozen meters. The house. The typical peasant developed a very strong attachment to this structure. This was a far-reaching revolution whose impact was psychological as much as architectural. Henceforth, attachment to my house and separation from the neighbors became the psychological hallmark of a much more self-centered creature. The new agricultural territories were not only far smaller than those of ancient foragers, but also far more artificial. Aside from the use of fire, hunter-gatherers made few deliberate changes to the lands in which they roamed. Farmers, on the other hand, lived in artificial human islands that they laboriously carved out of the surrounding wilds. They cut down forests, dug canals, cleared fields, built houses, plugged furrows, and planted fruit trees in tidy rows. The resulting artificial habitat was meant only for humans and their plants and animals, and was often fenced off by walls and hedges. Farmer families did all they could to keep out wayward weeds and wild animals. If such interlopers made their way in, they were driven out. If they persisted, their human antagonists sought ways to exterminate them. Particularly strong defenses were erected around the home from the dawn of agriculture until this very day. Billions of humans armed with branches, sweaters, shoes, and poison sprays have waged relentless war against the diligent ants, furtive roaches, adventurous spiders, and misguided beetles that constantly infiltrate the human domicile. For most of history, these man-made enclaves remained very small, surrounded by expanses of untamed nature. The Earth's surface measured about 510 million square kilometers, of which 155 million is land, as late as 1400 AD. The vast majority of farmers, along with their plants and animals, clustered together in an area of just 11 million square kilometers, 2% of the plant's surface. Everywhere else was too cold, too hot, too dry, too wet, or otherwise unsuited for cultivation. This minuscule 2% of the Earth's surface constituted the stage on which history unfolded. People found it difficult to leave their artificial islands. They could not abandon their houses, fields, and granaries without grave risk of loss. Furthermore, as time went on, they accumulated more and more things, objects not easily transportable, that tied them down. Ancient farmers might seem to us dirt poor, but a typical family possessed more artifacts than an entire forager tribe. The coming of the future. While agricultural space shrank, agricultural time expanded. Foragers usually did not waste much time thinking about next week or next month. Farmers saved in their imagination years and decades into the future. Foragers discounted the future because they lived from hand to mouth and could only preserve food or accumulate possessions with difficulty. Of course, they clearly engaged in some advanced planning. The creators of the cave paintings of Chauvet, Lascaux, and Altamira almost certainly intended them to last for generations. Social alliances and political rivalries were long-term affairs. It often took years to repay a favor or to avenge a wrong. Nevertheless, in the subsistence economy of hunting and gathering, there was an obvious limit to such long-term planning. Paradoxically, it saved foragers a lot of anxieties. There was no sense in worrying about things that they could not influence. The agricultural revolution made the future far more important than it had ever been before. Farmers must always keep the future in mind and must work in its service. The agricultural economy was based on a seasonal cycle of production comprising long months of cultivation followed by short peak periods of harvest. On the night following the end of a plentiful harvest, the peasants might celebrate for all they were worth, but within a week or so they were again up at dawn for a long day in the field. Although there was enough food for today, next week, and even next month, they had to worry about next year and the year after that. Concern about the future was rooted not only in seasonal cycles of production, but also in the fundamental uncertainty of agriculture. Since most villages lived by cultivating a very limited variety of domesticated plants and animals, they were at the mercy of droughts, floods, and pestilence. Peasants were obliged to produce more than they consumed so that they could build up reserves. Without grain in the silo, jars of olive oil in the cellar, cheese in the pantry, and sausages hanging from the rafters, they would starve in bad years, and bad years were bound to come. Sooner or later, a peasant living on the assumption that bad years would not come did not live long. Consequently, from the very advent of agriculture, worries about the future became major players in the theatre of the humankind. Were farmers dependent on rains to water their fields? The onset of the rainy season meant that each morning the farmers gazed towards the horizon, sniffing the wind and straining their eyes. Is that a cloud? Would the rains come on time? Would there be enough? Would violent storms wash the seeds from the fields and batter down seedlings? Meanwhile, in the valleys of the Euphrates, Indus, and Yellow rivers, other peasants monitored, with no less trepidation, the height of the water. They needed the river to rise in order to spread the fertile topsoil washed down from the highlands and to enable their vast irrigation system to fill with water. But floods that surged too high or came at the wrong time could destroy their fields as much as a drought. Peasants were worried about the future not just because they had more cause for worry, but also they could do something about it. They could clear another field, dig another irrigation canal, sow more crops. The Annexes peasants was as frenetic and hardworking as a harvester ant in the summer, sweating to plant olive trees whose oil would be pressed by his children and grandchildren, putting off until the winter or the following year the eating of the food he craved today. The stress of farming had far-reaching consequences. It was the foundation of large-scale political and social systems. Sadly, the diligent peasants almost never achieved the future economic security they so craved through their hard work in the present. Everywhere rulers and elites sprang up, living off the peasant surplus food and leaving them with only a bare subsistence. They, these forfeited food surpluses, fueled politics, wars, art, and philosophy. They built palaces, forts, monuments, and temples. Until the late modern era, more than 90% of humans were creatures who rose each morning to till the land by the sweat of their brows. The extra they produced fed the tiny minority of elites, kings, government officials, soldiers, priests, artists, and thinkers who fill the history books. History is something that very few people have been doing, while everyone else was plucking fields and carrying water buckets and imagined orders. The food surpluses produced by peasants coupled with new transportation technology eventually enabled more and more people to cram together, first into large villages, then into towns, and finally into cities. All of them joined together by new kingdoms and commercial networks. Yet in order to take advantage of these new opportunities, food surpluses and improved transportation were not enough. The mere fact that one can feed 1,000 people in the same town or 1,000,000 people in the same kingdom does not guarantee that they can agree how to divide the land and water, how to settle disputes and conflicts, and how to act in times of drought or war. And if no agreement can be reached, strife spreads. Even if the storehouses are buzzing, it was not food shortages that caused most of history's wars and revolutions. The French Revolution was spearheaded by affluent lawyers, not by famished regions. The Roman Republic reached the height of its power in the 1st century BC, when treasures, fleets from throughout the Mediterranean enriched the Romans beyond their ancestors' wildest dreams. Yet, it was at that moment of maximum affluence that the Roman political order collapsed into a series of deadly civil wars. Yugoslavia in 1991 had more than enough resources to feed all its inhabitants and still it disintegrated into a terrible bloodbath. The problem at the root of such calamities is that humans evolved for millions of years in small bands of a few dozen individuals. The handful of millennia separating the agricultural revolution from the appearance of cities, kingdoms, and empires was not enough time to allow an instinct for mass cooperation to evolve. Despite the lack of such biological instincts during the foraging era, hundreds of strangers were able to cooperate thanks to their shared myths. However, this cooperation was loose and limited. Every Sapiens band continued to run its life independently and to provide for most of its own needs. An archaic sociologist living 20,000 years ago, who had no knowledge of events following the agricultural revolution, might well have concluded that mythology had a fairly limited scope. Stories about ancestral spirits and tribal totems were strong enough to enable 500 people to trade seashells, celebrate the odd festivals, and join forces to wipe out a Neanderthal band. But no more than that. Mythology, the ancient sociologists would have thought, could not possibly enable millions of strangers to cooperate on a daily basis. But that turned out to be wrong. Myths, it transpired, are stronger than anyone could have imagined. When the agricultural revolution opened opportunities for the creation of crowded cities and mighty empires, people invented stories about great gods, motherlands, and joint stock companies to provide the needed social links, while human evolution was crawling at its usual snail's path. The human imagination was building astounding networks of mass cooperation, unlike any other ever seen on Earth. Around 8500 BC, the largest settlement in the world were villages such as Jericho, which contained a few hundred individuals. By 7000 BC, the town of Catalhoyuk in Anatolia numbered between 5,000 and 10,000 individuals. It may well have been the world's biggest settlement at the time. During the 5th and 4th millennia BC, cities with tens of thousands of inhabitants sprouted in the Fertile Crescent, and each of these had sway over many nearby villages. In 3100 BC, the entire lower Nile Valley was united into the first Egyptian kingdom. Its pharaohs ruled thousands of square kilometers and hundreds of thousands of people. Around 2250 BC, 2250 BC, Sargon the Great posed the first empire, the Akkadian. It boasted over 1 million subjects and a standing army of 5,400 soldiers between 1000 BC and 500 BC. The first mega empires appeared in the Middle East: the late Assyrian Empire, the Babylonian Empire, and the Persian Empire. They ruled over many millions of subjects and commanded tens of thousands of soldiers. In 221 BC, the Qin dynasty united China, and shortly afterward, Rome united the Mediterranean basin. Taxes levied on 40 million Qin subjects paid for a standing army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a complex bureaucracy that employed more than 1 lakh officials. The Roman Empire at its zenith collected taxes from up to 100 million subjects. This revenue financed a standing army of 250,000 to 5 lakh soldiers, a road network still in use 1500 years later, and theaters and amphitheaters that host spectacles to this day. Here is a picture, a stone stela inscribed with the code of Hammurabi, 1776 BC. Impressive, no doubt, but we must not harbor rosy illusions about mass cooperation networks operating in pharaonic Egypt or the Roman Empire. Cooperation sounds very altruistic, but is not always voluntary and seldom egalitarian. Most human cooperation networks have been geared towards oppression and exploitation. The peasants paid for the burgeoning cooperation network with their precious food surpluses, despairing when the tax collector wiped out an entire year of hard labor with a single stroke of his imperial pen. The famed Roman amphitheaters were often built by slaves so that wealthy and idle Romans could watch other slaves engage in vicious gladiatorial combat. Even prisons and concentration camps are cooperation networks and can function only because thousands of strangers somehow manage to coordinate their action. Here is a letter in Congress, July 4, 1776, States of America. The unanimous declaration of the States of America. The Declaration of Independence of the United States, signed 4 July 1776. All these cooperation networks, from the cities of ancient Mesopotamia to the Qin and Roman empires, were imagined orders. The social norms that sustained them were based neither on ingrained instincts nor on personal acquaintances, but rather on belief in shared myths. How can myths sustain entire empire? We have already discussed one such example, Trigoid. Now let's examine two of the best known myths of history, the Code of Hammurabi of 1776 BC, which served as a cooperation manual for hundreds of thousands of ancient Babylonians and the American Declaration of Independence of 1776 AD, which today still serves as a corporation manual for hundreds of millions of modern Americans. In 1776 BC, Babylon was the world's biggest city. The Babylonian Empire was probably the world's largest with more than a million subjects. It ruled most of Mesopotamia, including the bulk of modern Iraq and parts of present-day Syria and Iran. The Babylonian king most famous today was Hammurabi. His fame is due primarily to the text that bears his name. The Code of Hammurabi. This was a collection of laws and judicial decisions whose aim was to present Hammurabi as a role model of just king, served as a basis for more uniform legal system across the Babylonian Empire, and teach future generations what justice is and how a just king acts. Future generations took notice. The intellectual and bureaucratic elites of ancient Mesopotamia canonized the text, and apprentice scribes continued to copy it long after Hammurabi died and his empire lay in ruins. Hammurabi's code is therefore a good source for understanding the ancient Mesopotamian ideal of social order. The text begins by saying that the gods Anu, Enlil, and Marduk, the leading deities of the Mesopotamian pantheon, appointed Hammurabi to make justice prevail in the land, to abolish the wicked and the evil, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak. It then lists about 300 judgments, given in a set formula. If such and such a thing happens, such is the judgment. For example, judgment 196-9 and 209-14 read 196. If a superior man should blind the eye of another superior man, they shall blind his eye. 197. If he should break the bone of another superior man, they shall break his bone. 198. If he should blind the eye of a commoner or break the bone of a commoner, he shall weigh and deliver 60 shekels of silver. 199. If he should blind the eye of a slave of a superior man or break the bone of a slave of a superior man, he shall weigh and deliver one half of the slave's value in silver. 209. If a superior man strikes a woman of superior class and thereby causes her to miscarry her fetus, he shall weigh and deliver 10 shekels of silver for her fetus. 210. If that woman should die, they shall kill his daughter. 211. If he should cause a woman of commoner class to miscarry her fetus by the beating, he shall weigh and deliver 5 shekels of silver. 212. If that woman should die, he shall weigh and deliver 30 shekels of silver. 213. If he strikes a slave woman of a superior man and thereby causes her to miscarry her fetus, he shall weigh and deliver 2 shekels of silver. 214. If that slave woman should die, he shall weigh and deliver 20 shekels of silver. After listing his judgments, Hammurabi again declares that these are the just decisions which Hammurabi, the evil king, has established and thereby has directed the land along the course of truth and the correct way of life. I am Hammurabi, noble king. I have not been careless or negligent toward humankind, granted to my care by the god Enlil, and with whose safeguarding the god Marduk charged me. Hammurabi's code asserts that Babylonian social order is rooted in universal and eternal principle of justice dictated by the gods. The principle of hierarchy is of paramount importance. According to the code, people are divided into 2 genders and 3 classes: superior, commoners, and slaves. Members of each gender and class have different values. The life of a female commoner is worth 30 silver shekels, and that of a slave woman 20 silver shekels, whereas the eye of a male commoner is worth 60 silver shekels. The code also establishes a strict hierarchy within families, according to which children are not independent persons, but rather the property of their parents. Hence, if one superior man kills the daughter of another superior man, the killer's daughter is executed in punishment. To us, it may seem strange that the killer remains unharmed, whereas his innocent daughter is killed. But to Hammurabi and the Babylonians, this seemed perfectly just. Hammurabi's code was based on the premise that if the king's subjects all accepted their positions in the hierarchy and acted accordingly, the empire's million inhabitants would be able to cooperate effectively. Their society could then produce enough food for its members, distribute it effectively, protect itself against its enemies, and expand its territory so as to acquire more wealth and better security. About 3,500 years after Hammurabi's death, the inhabitants of 13 British colonies in North America felt that the King of England was threatening them unjustly. Their representatives gathered in the city of Philadelphia, and on 4 July 1776 the colonies declared that their inhabitants were no longer subjects of the British Crown. Their Declaration of Independence proclaimed universal and eternal principle of justice, which, like those of Hammurabi, were inspired by a divine power. However, the most important principle dictated by the American god was somewhat different from principle dictated by the gods of Babylon. The American Declaration of Independence asserts that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creators with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like Hammurabi's code, the American founding document promises that if humans act according to its sacred principles, millions of them would be able to cooperate effectively, living safely and peacefully in a just and prosperous society like the Code of Hammurabi. The American Declaration of Independence was not just a document of its time and place, it was accepted by future generations as well. For more than 200 years, American school children have been copying and learning it by heart. The two text presents us with an obvious dilemma. Both the Code of Hammurabi and the American Declaration of Independence claim to outline universal and eternal principles of justice, but according to the Americans, all people are equal, whereas according to the Babylonians, people are decidedly unequal. The Americans would, of course, say that they are right and that Hammurabi is wrong. Hammurabi naturally would be told that he is right and that the Americans are wrong. In fact, they are both wrong. Hammurabi and American founding fathers alike imagined a reality governed by universal and immutable principles of justice, such as equality or hierarchy. Yet the only place where such universal principles existed is in the fertile imagination of Sapiens, and in the myths they invent and tell one another. These principles have no objective validity. It is easy for us to accept that the division of people into superior and commoners is a figment of the imagination. Yet the idea that all humans are equal is also a myth. In what sense do all humans equal one another? Is there any objective reality outside the human imagination in which we are truly equal? Are all humans equal to one another biologically? Let us try to translate the most famous line of the American Declaration of Independence into biological terms. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, that are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life and the pursuit of happiness. According to the science of biology, people are not created, they have evolved. And they certainly did not evolve to be equal. The idea of equality is inextricably intertwined with the idea of creation. The Americans got the idea of equality from Christianity, which argues that every person has a divinely created soul, and that all souls are equal before God. However, if we do not believe in the Christian myths about God, creation and souls, what does it mean that all people are equal? Evolution is based on difference, not on equality. Every person carries a somewhat different genetic code and is exposed from birth to different environmental influences. This leads to the development of different qualities that carry with them different chances of survival. Created equal should therefore be translated into evolved, just as people were never created. Neither, according to the science of biology, is there a creator who endows them with anything. There is only a blind evolutionary process, devoid of any purpose, leading to the birth of individuals endowed by their creator should be translated simply into born. Equally, there are no such things as rights in biology. There are only organs, abilities, and characteristics. Birds fly not because they have a right to fly, but because they have wings, and it's not true that these organs, abilities, and characteristics are unalienable. Many of them undergo constant mutations and may well be completely lost over time. The ostrich is a bird that lost its ability to fly, so unalienable rights should be translated into mutable characteristics. And what are the characteristics that evolve in humans? Life certainly. But liberty, there is no such thing in biology. Just like equality, rights and limited liability companies. Liberty is something that people invented and that exists only in their imagination. From a biological viewpoint, it is meaningless to say that humans in democratic societies are free, whereas humans in dictatorship are unfree. And what about happiness? So far, biological research has failed to come up with a clear definition of happiness or a way to measure it objectively. Most biological studies acknowledge only the existence of pleasure, which is more easily defined and measured. So life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should be translated into life and the pursuit of pleasure. So here is that line from the American Declaration of Independence, translated into biological terms. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men evolved differently, that they are born with certain mutable characteristics, and that among these are life and the pursuit of pleasure. Advocates of equality and human rights may be outraged by this line of reasoning. Their response is likely to be, we know that people are not equal biologically, but if we believe that we are all equal in essence, it will enable us to create a stable and prosperous society. I have no argument with that. This is exactly what I mean by imagined order. We believe in a particular order, not because it is objectively true, but because believing in it enables us to cooperate effectively and forge a better society. Imagined orders are not equal, not evil conspiracies or useless mirages. Rather, they are the only way. Large numbers of humans can cooperate effectively. Bear in mind, though, that Hammurabi might have defended his principle of hierarchy using the same logic. I know that superiors, commoners, and slaves are not inherently different kinds of people, but if we believe that they are, it will enable us to create a stable and prosperous society. To believers, it is likely that more than a few readers squirmed in their chairs while reading the preceding paragraph. Most of us today are educated to react in such a way. It is easy to accept that Hammurabi's code was a myth, but we do not want to hear that human rights are also a myth. If people realize that human rights exist only in the imagination, isn't there a danger that our society will collapse? Voltaire said about God that there is no God. But don't tell that to my servant, lest he murder me at night. Hammurabi would have said the same about his principle of hierarchy and Thomas Jefferson about human rights. Homo sapiens has no natural rights, just as spiders, hyenas, and chimpanzees have no natural rights. But don't tell that to our servants, lest they murder us at night. Such fears are well justified. A natural order is a stable order. There is no chance that gravity will cease to function tomorrow, even if people stop believing in it. In contrast, an imagined order is always in danger of collapse because it depends upon myths, and myths vanish once people stop believing in them. In order to safeguard an imagined order, continuous and strenuous efforts are imperative. Some of these efforts take the shape of violence and coercion. Armies, police forces, courts and prisons are ceaselessly at work, forcing people to act in accordance with the imagined order. If an ancient Babylonian blinded his neighbor, some violence was usually necessary in order to enforce the law of an eye for an eye. When in 1860 a majority of American citizens concluded that African slaves are human beings and must therefore enjoy the right of liberty, it took a bloody civil war to make the southern states acquiesce. However, an imagined order cannot be sustained by violence alone. It requires some true believers as well. Prince Talleyrand, who began his chameleon-like career under Louis XVI, later served the revolutionary and Napoleonic regimes and switched loyalties in time to end his days working for the restored monarchy, summed up decades of governmental experience by saying that you can do many things with bayonets, but it is rather uncomfortable to sit on them. A single priest often does the work of 100 soldiers, far more cheaply and effectively. Moreover, no matter how efficient bayonets are, somebody must wield them. Why should the soldiers, jailers, judges, and police maintain an imagined order in which they do not believe? Of all human collective activities, the one most difficult to organize is violence. To say that a social order is maintained by military force immediately raises the question, what maintains the military order? It is impossible to organize an army solely by coercion. At least some of the commanders and soldiers must truly believe in something, be it God, honor, motherland, manhood, or money. An even more interesting question concerns those standing at the top of the social pyramid. Why should they wish to enforce an imagined order if they themselves don't believe in it? It is quite common to argue that the elite may do so out of cynical greed. Yet a cynic who believes in nothing is unlikely to be greedy. It does not take much to provide the objective biological needs of Homo sapiens. After those needs are met, more money can be spent on building pyramids, taking holidays around the world, financing election campaigns, funding your favorite terrorist organization, or investing in the stock market, and making yet more money, all of which are activities that a true cynic would find utterly meaningless. Diogenes, the Greek philosopher who founded the cynical school, lived in a barrel. When Alexander the Great once visited Diogenes as he was relaxing in the sun and asked if there were anything he might do for him, the cynic answered the all-powerful conqueror, "Yes, there is something you can do for me. Please move a little to the side. You can block in the sunlight. This is why cynics don't build empires and why an imagined order can be maintained only if large segments of the population, and in particular large segments of the allied and the security forces, truly believe in it. Christianity would not have lasted 2000 years if the majority of bishops and priests failed to believe in Christ. American democracy would not have lasted 250 years if the majority of presidents and congressmen failed to believe in human rights. The modern economic system would not have lasted a single day if the majority of investors and bankers failed to believe in capitalism. The prison walls. How do we cause people to believe in an imagined order, such as Christianity, democracy, or capitalism? First, you never admit that the order is imagined. You always insist that the order sustaining society is an objective reality created by the great gods or by the law of nature. People are unequal, not because Hammurabi said so, but because Enlil and Marduk decreed it. People are equal not because Thomas Jefferson said so, but because God created them that way. He markets out the best system, not because Adam Smith said so, but because these are the immutable laws of nature. You also educate people thoroughly. From the moment they are born, you constantly remind them of the principles of the imagined order, which are incorporated into anything and everything. They are incorporated into fairy tales, dramas, paintings, songs, etiquettes, political propaganda, architecture, recipes, and fashions. For example, today people believe in equality, so it's fashionable for rich kids to wear jeans, which were originally working class attire. In the Middle Ages, people believed in class division, so no young nobleman would have worn a peasant's smock. Back then, to be addressed as sir or madam was a rare privilege reserved for the nobility and often purchased with blood. Today, all polite correspondence, regardless of the recipient, begin with dear sir or madam. The humanities and social sciences devote most of their energies to explaining exactly how the imagined order is woven into the tapestry of life. In the limited space at our disposal, we can only scratch the surface. Three main factors prevent people from realizing that the order organizing their lives exists only in their imagination. The imagined order is embedded in the material world. Though the imagined order exists only in our minds, it can be woven into the material reality around us and even set in stone. Most Westerners today believe in individualism. They believe that every human is an individual whose worth does not depend on what other people think of him or her. Each of us has within ourselves a brilliant way of life that gives value and meaning to our lives. In modern Western schools, teachers and parents tell children that if their classmates make fun of them, they should ignore it. Only they themselves, not others, know their true worth. In modern architecture, this myth leaps out of the imagination to take shape in stone and mortar. The ideal modern house is divided into many small rooms so that each child can have a private space hidden from view, providing for maximum autonomy. This private room almost invariably has a door, and in many households it is accepted practice for the child to close and perhaps lock the door. Even parents are forbidden to enter without knocking and asking permission. The room is decorated as the child sees fit. The rock star posters on the wall and dirty socks on the floor. Somebody growing up in such a space cannot help but imagine himself an individual, his true worth emanating from within rather than from without. Medieval noblemen did not believe in individualism. Someone's worth was determined by their place in the social hierarchy and by what other people said about them. Being laughed at was a horrible indignity. Noblemen taught their children to protect their good name whatever the cost. Like modern individualism, the medieval values system left the imagination and was manifested in the stone of medieval castles. The castles rarely contained private rooms for children, or anyone else for that matter. The teenage son of a medieval baron did not have a private room on the castle's second floor with posters of Richard the Lionheart and King Arthur on the walls and a locked door that his parents were not allowed to open. He slept alongside many other youths in a large hall. He was always on display and always had to take into account what others saw and said. Someone growing up in such conditions naturally concluded that a man's true worth was determined by his place in the social hierarchy and by what other people said of him. The imagined author shapes our desire. Most people do not wish to accept that the order governing their lives is imaginary. But in fact, every person is born into a pre-existing imagined order, and his or her desires are shaped from birth by its dominant myth. Our personal desires thereby become the imagined order's most important defenses. For instance, the most cherished desires of present-day Westerners are shaped by romantic nationalist, capitalist, and humanist myths that have been around for centuries. Friends giving advice often tell each other, follow your heart. But the heart is a double agent that usually takes its instructions from the dominant myths of the day, and the very recommendations to follow your heart was implanted in our minds by a combination of 19th century romantic myths and 20th century consumerist myths. The Coca-Cola company, for example, has marketed Diet Coke around the world under the slogan Diet Coke, do what feels good. Even what people take to be their most personal desires are usually programmed by the imagined order. Let's consider, for example, the popular desire to take a holiday abroad. There is nothing natural or obvious about this. A chimpanzee alpha male would never think of using his power in order to go on holiday into the territory of a neighboring chimpanzee band. The elite of ancient Egypt spent their fortunes building pyramids and having their corpses mummified, but none of them thought of going shopping in Babylon or taking a skiing holiday in Phoenicia. People today spend a great deal of money on holidays abroad because they are true believers in the myths of romantic consumerism. Romanticism tells us that in order to make the most of our human potential, we must have as many different experiences as we can. We must open ourselves to a wide spectrum of emotions. We must sample various kinds of relationships. We must try different cuisines. We must learn to appreciate different styles of music. One of the best ways to do all that is to break free from our daily routines, leave behind our familiar setting, and go traveling in distant lands where we can experience the culture, the smells, the taste, and the norms of other people. We hear again and again the romantic myths about how a new experience opened my eyes and changed my life. Consumerism tells us that in order to be happy, we must consume as many products and services as possible. If we feel that something is missing or not quite right, then we probably need to buy a product, a car, new clothes, organic food, or a service, housekeeping, relationship therapy, yoga classes. Every television commercial is another little legend about how consuming some product or service will make life better. Romanticism, which encourages variety, meshes perfectly with consumerism. Their marriage has given birth to the infinite market of experiences on which the modern tourism industry is founded. The tourist industry does not sell flight tickets and hotel bedrooms. It sells experiences. Paris is not a city nor India a country. They are both experiences, the consumption of which is supposed to widen our horizons. fulfill our human potential and make us happier. Consequently, when the relationship between a millionaire and his wife is going through a rocky patch, he takes her on an expensive trip to Paris. The trip is not a reflection of some independent desire, but rather of an ardent belief in the myths of romantic consumerism. A wealthy man in ancient Egypt would never have dreamed of solving a relationship crisis by taking his wife on holiday to Babylon. Instead, he might have built for her the sumptuous tomb she had always wanted. The Great Pyramid of Giza. Here is a picture of this, the kind of thing rich people in ancient Egypt did with their money. Like the elite of ancient Egypt, most people in most cultures dedicated their lives to building pyramids. Only the names, shapes, and sizes of these pyramids change from one culture to the other. They may take the form, for example, of a suburban cottage with a swimming pool and an evergreen lawn, or a gleaming penthouse with an inviolable view. Few question the myth that causes us to desire the pyramid in the first place. The imagined order is intersubjective. Even if by some superhuman effort I succeed in freeing my personal desires from the grip of imagined order, I am just one person. In order to change the imagined order, I must convince millions of strangers to cooperate with me, for the imagined order is not a subjective order existing in my own imagination. It is rather an intersubjective order existing in the shared imagination of thousands and millions of people. In order to understand this, we need to understand the difference between objective, subjective, and intersubjective. An objective phenomenon exists independently of human consciousness and human beliefs. Radioactivity, for example, is not a myth. Radioactive emissions occurred long before people discovered them, and they are dangerous even when people do not believe in them. Marie Curie, one of the discoverers of radioactivity, did not know during her long years of studying radioactive materials that they could harm her body. While she did not believe that radioactivity could kill her, she nevertheless died of aplastic anemia, a disease caused by overexposure to radioactive materials. The subjective is something that exists depending on the consciousness and beliefs of a single individual. It disappears or changes if that particular individual changes his or her belief. Many a child believes in the existence of an imaginary friend who is invisible and inaudible to the rest of the world. The imaginary friend exists solely in the child's subjective consciousness, and when the child grows up and ceases to believe in it, the imaginary friend fades away. The intersubjective is something that exists within the communication network linking the subjective consciousness of many individuals. If a single individual changes his or her belief, or even dies, it is of little importance. However, if most individuals in the network die or change their beliefs, the intersubjective phenomenon will mutate or disappear. Intersubjective phenomena are neither malevolent force nor insignificant charades. They exist in a different way from physical phenomena such as radioactivity, but their impact on the world may still be enormous. Many of history's most important drivers are intersubjective: law, money, gods, nations. Pigott, for example, is not the imaginary friend of Pigott's CEO. The company exists in the shared imagination of millions of people. The CEO believes in the company's existence because the board of directors also believe in it, as do the company's lawyers, the secretaries in the nearby office, the tellers in the bank, the brokers on the stock exchange, and car dealers from France to Australia. If the CEO alone was suddenly to stop believing in Pigott's existence, he did quickly land in the nearest mental hospital and someone else would occupy his office. Similarly, the dollar, human rights, and the United States of America exist in the shared imaginations of billions, and no single individual can threaten their existence. If I alone were to stop believing in the dollar, in human rights, or in the United States, it would not much matter. These imagined orders are intersubjective, so in order to change them, we must simultaneously change the consciousness of billions of people, which is not easy. A change of such magnitude can be accomplished only with the help of a complex organization, such as a political party, an ideological movement, or a religious sect. However, in order to establish such complex organizations, it is necessary to convince many strangers to cooperate with one another, and this will happen only if these strangers believe in some shared myths. It follows that in order to change an existing imagined order, we must first believe in an alternative imagined order. In order to dismantle bigoid, for example, we need to imagine something more powerful, such as the French legal system. In order to dismantle the French legal system, we need to imagine something even more powerful, such as the French state. And if we would like to dismantle that too, we will have to imagine something yet more powerful. There is no way out of the imagined order. When we break down our prison walls and run towards freedom, we are in fact running into the more spacious exercise yard of a bigger prison. Chapter 7, Memory Overload. Evolution did not endow humans with the ability to play football. 2. It produced legs for kicking, elbows for fouling, and mouths for cursing, but all that this enables us to do is perhaps practice penalty kicks by ourselves, to get into a game with the strangers we find in the schoolyard on any given afternoon. We not only have to work in concert with 10 teammates we may never have met with, we also need to know that the 11 players on the opposing team are playing by the same rules. Other animals that engage strangers in visualized aggression do so largely by instinct. Puppies throughout the world have the rules for rough and tumble, play hard, wise, but human teenagers have no genes for football. They can nevertheless play the game with complete strangers because they have all learned an identical set of ideas about football. These ideas are entirely imaginary, but if everyone shares them, we can all play the game. The same applies on a larger scale to kingdoms, churches, and trade networks, with one important difference. The rules of football are relatively simple and concise, much like those necessary for cooperation in a forest, band, or small village. Each player can easily store them in his brain and still have room for songs, images, and shopping lists. But large systems of cooperation that involve not 22 but thousands or even millions of humans require the handling and storage of huge amount of information, much more than any single human brain can contain and process. The large societies found in some other species, such as ants and bees, are stable and resilient because most of the information needed to sustain them is encoded in the genome. A female honeybee larva can, for example, grow up to be either a queen or a worker, depending on what food it is fed. If its DNA programs the necessary behavior for whatever role it will fulfill in life. Hives can be very complex social structures, containing many different kinds of workers such as harvesters, nurses, and cleaners, but so far researchers have failed to locate royal bees. Bees don't need lawyers because there is no danger that they might forget or violate the hive constitution. The queen does not cheat the cleaners bees of their food, and they never go on strike demanding higher wages. But humans do such things all the time because the sapiens social order is imagined. Humans cannot preserve the critical information for running it simply by making copies of their DNA and passing these on to their progeny. A conscious effort has to be made to sustain laws, customs, procedures, and manners. Otherwise, the social order would quickly collapse. For example, King Hammurabi decreed that people are divided into superior commoners and slaves, unlike the beehive class system. This is not a natural division. There is no trace of it in the human genome. If the Babylonians could not keep this truth in mind, their society would have ceased to function. Similarly, when Hammurabi passed his DNA to his offspring, it did not encode his ruling that a superior man who killed a commoner woman must pay 30 silver shekels. Hammurabi deliberately had to instruct his sons in the laws of his empire, and his sons and grandsons had to do the same. Empires generate huge amount of information. Beyond laws, empires have to keep accounts of transactions and taxes, inventories of military supplies and merchant vessels, and calendars of festivals and victories. For millions of years, people stored information in a single place, their brains. Unfortunately, the human brain is not a good storage device for empire-sized databases for three main reasons. First, its capacity is limited. Two, some people have astonishing memories, and in ancient times there were memory professionals who could store in their heads the topographies of whole provinces and the law codes of entire states. Nevertheless, there is a limit that ever even master numerist cannot transcend. A lawyer might know by heart the entire law code of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but not the details of every legal proceeding that took place in Massachusetts, from the Salem witch trials onward. Secondly, humans die and their brains die with them. Any information stored in a brain will be erased in less than a century. It is of course possible to pass memories from one brain to another, but after a few transmissions, the information tends to get garbled or lost. Thirdly, and most importantly, the human brain has been adapted to store and process only particular type of information. In order to survive, ancient hunter-gatherers had to remember the shapes, qualities, and behavior patterns of thousands of plants and animal species. They had to remember that a wrinkled yellow mushroom growing in autumn under an elm tree is most probably poisonous, whereas a similar-looking mushroom growing in winter under an oak tree is a good stomachache remedy. Hunter-gatherers also had to bear in mind the opinions and relations of several dozen band members. If Lucy needed a band member's help to get John to stop harassing her, it was important for her to remember that John had fallen out last week with Mary, who would thus be a likely and enthusiastically ally. Consequently, evolutionary processes have adapted the human brain to store immense quantities of botanical, geological, topographical, and social information. But when particularly complex societies began to appear in the wake of the agricultural revolution, a completely new type of information became vital: numbers. Foragers were never obliged to handle large amounts of mathematical data. No forager needed to remember, say, the number of fruits on each tree in the forest. So human brains did not adapt to storing and processing numbers. Yet in order to maintain a large kingdom, mathematical data was vital. It was never enough to legislate laws and tell stories about guardian gods. One also had to collect taxes. In order to tax hundreds of thousands of people, it was imperative to collect data about people's incomes and possessions. data about payments made, data about areas, debts and fines, data about discounts and exemptions. This added up to millions of data bits, which had to be stored and processed. Without this capacity, the state would never know what resources it had and what further resources it could trap. When confronted with the need to memorize, recall and handle all these numbers, most human brains overdosed or fell asleep. The mental limitations severely constrain the size and complexity of human characters. When the amount of people and property in a particular society crossed a critical threshold, it became unnecessary to store and process large amounts of mathematical data. Since the human brain could not do it, the system collapsed. For thousands of years after the agricultural revolution, human social networks remained relatively small and simple. The first to overcome the problem were the ancient Sumerians, who lived in southern Mesopotamia. There, a scorching sun beating up rich muddy plains produced plentiful harvests and prosperous towns. As the number of inhabitants required to coordinate their affairs between the years 3500 BC and 3000 BC, some unknown Sumerians geniuses invented a system for storing and processing information outside their brain, one that was custom-built to handle large amounts of mathematical data. The Sumerians thereby released their social order from the limitations of the human brain, opening the way for the appearance of cities, kingdoms, and empires. The data processing system invented by the Sumerians is called writing. Signed Pushing. Writing is a method for storing information through material science. The Sumerians' writing system did so by combining two types of signs, which were pressed in clay tablets. One type of signs represented numbers. There were signs for 1, 10, 60, 600, 3600, and 36,000. The Sumerians used a combination of base 6 and base 10 numerical system. This base 6 system bestowed on us several important legacies, such as the division of the day into 24 hours and of the circle into 360 degrees. The other type of science represented people, animal, merchandise, territories, dates, and so forth. By combining both types of science, the new Sumerians were able to preserve far more data than any human brain could remember or any DNA chain could encode. Clay tablet. Here is a picture of clay tablet with an administrative text from the city of Europe 3400 to 3000 BC. Hussein may be the generic title of an office holder or the name of a particular individual. If Hussein was indeed a person, he may be the first individual in history whose name is known to us. All the names applied are history. The Neanderthal, the Natufians, Chobit Cave, the Göbekli Tepe are modern inventions. We have no idea about the builders of Göbekli Tepe, actually called the place. With the appearance of writing, we are beginning to hear history through the ears of its protagonist. When Hussein's neighbor called out to him, they might really have shouted Hussein. It is telling that the first recorded name in history belongs to an accountant rather than a prophet, a poet, or a great conqueror. At this early stage, writing was limited to facts and figures. The great Sumerian novel, if there ever was one, was never committed to create tablets. Writing was time-consuming and a reading public time, so no one saw any reason to use it for anything other than essential record-keeping. If we look for the first words, wisdom. First, we look for the first words of wisdom. reaching us from our ancestors 5,000 years ago. We are in for a big disappointment. The earliest messages our ancestors have left us read. For example, 29,086 measures barley, 37 months cuisine. The most probable reading of this sentence is a total of 29,086 measures of barley were received over the course of 37 months. Signed cuisine. Alas, the first text of history contains no philosophical insights, no poetry, legends, laws, or even royal times. They are humdrum economic documents recording the payments of taxes, the accumulation of debts, and the ownership of property. Spoken language partial script cannot express the entire spectrum of a spoken language, but it can express things that fall outside the scope of spoken language. Partial scripts such as the Sumerian and mathematical scripts cannot be used to write poetry, but they can keep tax accounts very effectively. Only one other type of text survived from these ancient days, and it is even less exciting. List of words, copied over and over again by apprentice scribes as training exercise. Even had a bored student wanted to write out some of his poems instead of copy a bill of sale, he could not have done so. The earliest Sumerians writing was a partial rather than a full script. Full script is a system of material science that can represent spoken language more or less completely. It can therefore express everything people can say, including poetry. Partial script, on the other hand, is a system of material science that can represent only particular types of information belonging to a limited field of activity. Latin script and Egyptian hieroglyphic and Braille are full script. You can use them to write text, registers, love poems, history books, food recipes, and business law. In contrast, the earliest Sumerian script, like modern mathematical symbols and musical notations, are partial scripts. You can use mathematical scripts to make calculations, but you cannot use it to write love poems. Here is a picture of a man holding a quipu, as depicted in a Spanish manuscript following the fall of the Inca Empire. It did not disturb the Sumerians that their script was ill-suited for writing poetry. They did not invent it in order to copy spoken language, but rather to do things that spoken language failed at. There were some cultures, such as those of pre-Columbian Andes, which used only partial script throughout their entire full version. Entire histories unfazed by their script limitations and feeling no need for a full version. Andean script was very different from its Sumerian counterpart. In fact, it was so different that many people would argue it was not a script at all. In fact, it was so different. It was not written on clay tablet or pieces of paper, rather it was written by tying knots on colorful cords called quipus. Each quipu consists of many cords of different colors, made of wool or cotton. On each cord, several knots were tied in different places. A single could contain hundreds of cords and thousands of knots. By combining different knots on different cords with different colors, it was possible to record large amounts of mathematical data relating to, for example, tax collection and property ownership. For hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, quipus were essential to the business of cities, kingdoms, and empires. They reached their full potential under the Inca Empire, which ruled 10 to 12 million people and covered today's Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia, as well as chunks of Chile, Argentina, and Colombia. Thanks to quipus, the Incas could save and process large amounts of data, without which they would not have been able to maintain the complex administrative machinery that an empire of that size requires. In fact, Khufu's was so effective and accurate that in the early years following the Spanish conquest of South America, the Spaniards themselves employed Quipus in the work of administering their new empire. The problem was that the Spaniards did not themselves know how to record and read Quipus, making them dependent on local professionals. The continent's new rulers realized that this placed them in a tenuous position. The native Quipu experts could easily mislead and cheat their overlords. So if once Spain's dominion was more firmly established, Quipus were phased out and the new empire's records were kept entirely in Latin script and numerals. Very few Quipus survived the Spanish occupation, and most of those remaining are undecipherable, since unfortunately the art of reading Quipus has been lost. The wonders of bureaucracy. The Mesopotamians eventually started to want to write down things other than monotonous mathematical data. Between 3000 BC and 2500 BC, more and more science were added to the Sumerian system, gradually transforming it into a full script that we today call cuneiform. By 2500 BC, kings were using cuneiform to issue decrees, priests were using it to record oracles, and less exalted citizens were using it to write personal letters. At roughly the same time, Egyptians developed another full script, known as hieroglyphic. Other full script was developed in China around 1200 BC and in Central America around 1000 to 500 BC. From these initial centers, full script spread far and wide, taking on various new forms and novel tasks. People began to write poetry, history books, romances, dramas, prophecies, and cookbooks. Yet writing's most important task continued to be the stories of reams of mathematical data, and that task remained the prerogative of partial scripts. The Hebrew Bible, the great Greek Iliad, the Hindu Mahabharata, and the Buddhist Tripitaka all begin as oral works. For many generations they were transmitted orally and would have lived on even had writing and never been invented. But tax registries and complex bureaucracies were born together with who remain inexorably linked to this day, like Siamese twins. Think of the cryptic entries in computerized data bases and spreadsheets. As more and more things were written, and particularly as administrative archives grew to huge proposals, new problems appeared. Information stored in a person's brain is easy to retrieve. My brain stores billions of bits of data, yet I can quickly, almost instantaneously, recall the name of Italy's capital. Immediately afterwards, recollect what I did on 11 September 2001, and then reconstruct the route leading from my house to the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Exactly how the brain does it remains a mystery, but we all know that the brain's retrieval system is amazingly efficient, except when you are trying to remember where you put your car keys. Imagine for a moment how though do you find and retrieve information stored on quick-proof codes or clear tablets. If you have just 10 tablets or 100 tablets, it's not a problem. But what if you have accumulated thousands of them, as did one of Hammurabi's contemporaries, King Jimrilim of Mari? for a moment that it is 1776 BC. Two Marians are quarreling over possession of a wheat field. Jacob insists that he bought the field from Esau 30 years ago. Esau retorts that he in fact rented the field to Jacob for a term of 30 years and that now, the term being up, he intends to reclaim it. They shout and wrangle and start pushing one another before they realize that they can resolve their dispute by going to royal archery, where are housed the deeds and bills of sale that apply to all the kingdom's real estate. Upon arriving at the archery, they are shuttled from one officer to the other. They wade through several herbal tea breaks, are told to come back tomorrow, eventually are taken by a grumbling clerk to look for the relevant tablet. The clerk opens the door and leads them into a huge room lined floor to ceiling with thousands of clay tablets. No wonder the clerk is sore-faced. How is he supposed to locate the deed to be disputed? Wheat field written 30 years ago. Even if he finds it, how will he be able to cross-check to ensure that the one from 30 years ago is the latest document relating to the field in question? If he can't find it, does that prove that Esau never sold or rented out the field, or just that the document got lost, or turned to musk when some rain leaked into the archive? Clearly, just imprinting a document in clay is not enough to guarantee efficient, accurate, and convenient data processing. That requires methods of organization, like catalogs, methods of reproduction, like photocopy machines, methods of rapid and accurate retrieval, like computer algorithms, and pedantic but hopeful, cheerful librarians who know how to use these tools. Inventing such methods proved to be far more difficult than inventing writing. Many writing systems develop independently in cultures, distant in time and place from each other. Every decade, archaeologists discover another few forgotten scripts. Some of them might prove to be even older than the Sumerian scratches in clay. But most of them remain suicides because those who invented them failed to invent efficient ways of cataloging and retrieving data. What set apart some, as well as pharaonic Egypt, ancient China, and the Inca Empire, is that these cultures developed good techniques of archiving, cataloging, and retrieving written records. They also invested in schools for scribes, clerks, librarians, and accountants. A writing exercise from a school in ancient Mesopotamia, discovered by modern archaeologists, gives us a glimpse into the lives of these students. Some 4,000 years ago, I went in and sat down, and my teacher read my tablet. He said, "There's something missing," and he canned me. One of the people in charge said, "Why did you open your mouth without my permission?" And he caned me. The one in charge of rules said, "Why did you get up without my permission?" And he caned me. The gatekeeper said, "Why are you going out without my permission?" And he caned me. The keeper of the beer jug said, "Why did you get some without my permission?" And he caned me. The Sumerian teacher said, "Why did you speak Akkadian?" And he caned me. My teacher said, "Your handwriting is no good," and he caned me. Ancient scribes learned not merely to read and write, but also to use catalogs, dictionaries, calendars, forms, and tables. They studied and internalized techniques of cataloging, retrieving, and processing information, very different from those used by the brain. In the brain, all data is freely associated. When I go with my spouse to sign on a mortgage for our new home, I am reminded of the first place we lived together, which reminds me of our honeymoon in New Orleans, which reminds me of alligators, which reminds me of dragons, which reminds me of the ring of the Nivelungen, and suddenly, before I knew it, there I am humming the seaside lead motif to a puzzled background. In bureaucracy, things must be kept apart. There is one drawer for home mortgages, another for marriage certificates, a third for tax registers, and a fourth for lawsuits. Otherwise, how can you find anything? Things that belongs in more than one drawer, like Banjarian Narian music drama. Do I file them under music theatre, or perhaps invent a new category altogether, are a terrible headache. So one is forever adding, deleting and rearranging drawers. In order to function, the people who operate such a system of drawers must be reprogrammed to stop thinking as humans and to start thinking as clerks and accountants. As everyone from ancient times till today knows, clerks and accountants think in non-human fashion. They think like filing cabinets. This is not their fault. If they don't think that way, their drawers will all get mixed up and they won't be able to provide the services their government, company or organization requires. The most important impact of script on human history is precisely this. It has gradually changed the way humans think and view the world. Free association and holistic thought have given way to compartmentalization and bureaucracy. The language of numbers. As the centuries passed, bureaucratic methods of data processing grew ever more different from the way humans naturally think. And ever more important, a critical step was made sometimes before the 9th century AD, when a new partial script was invented, one that could store and process mathematical data with unprecedented efficiency. This partial script was composed of 10 signs, representing the numbers from 0 to 9. Confusingly, these signs are known as Arabic numerals, even though they were first invented by the Hindus. Even more confusing, modern Arabs use a set of digits that look quite different from Western ones, but the Arabs get the credit because when they invaded India, they encountered the system, understood its usefulness, refined it and spread it to the Middle East and then to Europe. When several other signs were later added to the Arab numerals, such as the signs for addition, subtraction and multiplication, the basis of modern mathematical notation came into being. Although this system of writing remains a partial script, it has become the world's dominant language. Almost all states, companies, organizations, and institutions, whether they speak Arabic, Hindi, English, or Norwegian, use mathematical script to record and process data. Every piece of information that can be translated into mathematical script is stored, spread, and processed with mind-boggling speed and efficiency. A person who wishes to influence the decisions of governments, organizations, and companies must therefore learn to speak in numbers. Experts do their best to translate even ideas such as poverty, happiness, and honesty into numbers. The poverty line, subjective well-being, labels, credit rating, entire fields of knowledge such as physics and engineering have already lost almost all touch with the spoken human language and are maintained solely by mathematical script. An equation for calculating. Here is an equation, very long, for calculating the acceleration of mass and under the influence of gravity according to the theory of relativity. When most lay people see such an equation, they usually panic and freeze like a deer caught in the headlights of a speeding vehicle. The reaction is quite natural and does not betray a lack of intelligence or curiosity, with rare exceptions. Human brains are simply incapable of thinking through of concepts like relativity and quantum mechanics. Physicists, nevertheless, manage to do so because they set aside the traditional human way of thinking and learn to think anew with the help of external data processing systems. Crucial parts of their thoughts process take place not in the head but inside computers or on classroom blackboards. More recently, mathematical script has given rise to an even more revolutionary writing system, a computerized binary script consisting of only two digits, two signs, 0 and 1. The words I am now typing on my keyboard are written within my computer by different combinations of 0 and 1. Writing was born as the maid servant of human consciousness, but is increasingly becoming its master. Our computers have trouble understanding how Homo sapiens talks, feels, and dreams, so we are teaching Homo sapiens to talk, feel, and dream in the language of numbers, which can be understood by computers. And this is not the end of the story. The field of artificial intelligence is seeking to create a new kind of intelligence based solely on the binary script of computers. Science fiction movies such as The Matrix and The Terminator tell of a day when the binary script throws off the yoke of humanity, when humans try to regain control of the rebellious script, it responds by attempting to wipe out the human race. Even after Akkadian became the spoken language, Sumerian remained the language of administration and thus the language recorded with writing. Aspiring scribes thus had to speak Sumerian.